All right, chat. Welcome to the stream. Welcome indeed. Hope we're all doing well today. Welcome indeed. Sorry for the long run up there. Sorry for the long run up. Just had a few technical difficulties just while we were getting things underway. But nevertheless, we're here. Welcome indeed. Hope we're all doing well. Welcome. So today is a day. It's a day that I've been looking forward to for quite some time now. We're doing today the first flight on the fuzzair virtual airline. We're going to be delivering our very first aircraft from Toulouse in at the Airbus factory in France over to our home airport of Leeds Bradford Airport in England in the UK. So really looking forward to this. It's the first time I've obviously shared the finished liveries with you guys on stream and in the sim. So we're going to have a look at them first of all, and then we're going to jump in and get the flight underway. The airline is live now on New Sky. If you see the pinned message in the chat, if you click on that and head over and sign up. Yeah, the airline is there now, ready to be signed up to. It is a little bit bare bones at the moment in terms of the profile information, but there is a link to the liveries on there as well if you want to download them and fly along today. VMR is coming a little bit later on. I'll probably put that up after the stream. It shouldn't be too much of a difficult process, but I just wanted to get things moving here really for the stream today. But yeah, it is up there and ready for you guys to join. Oops, daisies. And the I can see actually there's already a few people who have joined. We've already got a Mr. Ben Dover who's joined. A very good name there, my friend. But yeah. Yeah, lovely stuff. So, I think there has been someone else joined as well, actually. I think I have to approve new pilots. Oh, there's been a few people. So there's Captain Blacknose approved. Lucas is here as well, approved. And Nathan is approved. Very, very good. So, yeah, 5 people already on board. Very good. Right then, guys. So, like I say, we're going to have a quick look at the liveries and then move on further down. For the flight, we're going to be doing a bit of a special routing. I've basically put, if you follow me on Facebook or on the Discord, or even on here on YouTube, I put up a post earlier on detailing all the details of the flight today, including the route. I'm personally going to do a special route. I'm going to fly a little bit further on past Manchester as we're approaching Leeds Bradford, and we're going to actually do we're going to draw a big F in the air for fuzzair, which should be quite fun. I'm not sure if it's going to work out too well, but hopefully I've planned it well enough to do that. And if you want to obviously follow the flight on Volanta so you can see the F get drawn out in the air, you're more than welcome to add me on Volanta. My name's obviously Bobby Fuzzy on there, so more than welcome to add me on there, and I'll make sure I try and accept any new requests that come in. But nevertheless, welcome to the stream, guys. I hope we're all having a fantastic weekend. And let's see who we've got in the chat. We've got Oi Oi Aviation. Welcome to the chat. Roy, welcome indeed. Thomas Rask, welcome. Yeah, apologies for the new music there. I'm not sure what was going on there. I think when I launched my OBS, I run basically 2 copies of OBS when I'm streaming. And for some reason, one of them had all the audio devices reset in there for a reason that I'm unsure of. I blame Windows Update. It's probably something to do with that. I don't know, but it's all sorted now. Biggles, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Patrick, welcome. Welcome. Roy says, I don't know if you want me as a colleague. Apparently I abandoned on a flight on New Sky app. I now have a debt of 34,800. Crikey. That is the penalty for abandoning a flight. That's quite severe. Sim crashed and went away from PC. Oh dear. Well, I think there is some facility in there if your sim does crash to sort of recover things, but yeah, that's unfortunate. But I'm glad to have you on board regardless, Roy. I'm sure you'll do absolutely fine. I'm sure, like I say, if you dig into the wiki, there is some contingency if your sim does crash, I believe, so maybe have a look into that one. I've fortunately not had any sim crashes on New Sky yet, so I don't know what that actually looks like. But yeah, there is some information on the wiki there. Leon, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, having a good weekend. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry there was no stream yesterday, by the way, chat. As some of you may know, if you follow me on Instagram or Facebook, I was on a job on Friday at Manchester Airport, actually doing some photography there for a client who's working on site. And yeah, on Saturday I was just absolutely wiped out. Though I did nearly 12 kilometers walking around the site on Friday, on top of obviously, you know, the actual photography itself. So I was pretty much wiped out on Saturday, so feeling very, very tired, and just thought it best to not do a major failure stream on Saturday. We were obviously going to do the emergency electrical config, weren't we, in the Airbus, but we'll do that next week. It's something I still want to do. It's just obviously I wasn't really in the right headspace to do it yesterday, I don't think. Right, okie dokes. Falador King, welcome to the chat. And it's 200 per passenger, crikey. Dear oh dear, Roy. Dear oh dear. Well, something I'm pleased to say as well on New Sky is something that you don't get necessarily with the New Sky Academy is with our airline. Basically, I have set up a custom SimBrief airframe for each individual aircraft that we have on the roster. And basically what that means is when you book a flight through New Sky and you generate an OFP, it will generate it specifically for Fenix, for example, or specifically for the fly-by-wire A320, which is fantastic. So you'll obviously get the correct figures based on those airframes. And what it will also do as well, it will also put a remark in your flight plan. So if you want to fly on VATSIM, it will automatically fill out the remarks section with the actual phonetic call sign of the airline, which is fuzzy. And it'll fill that information out in the remarks section of the flight plan when you file it on VATSIM, so that obviously the controller knows what call sign the ICAO code is for, because obviously it's a made-up ICAO code specifically for this airline, which we should probably cover actually before we go any further. So you might have seen this already if you've been on the fuzzair page, but the ICAO call sign for fuzzair is Foxtrot Zulu Yankee. The IATA code is Zulu Yankee. Both unique. I couldn't find any other airlines with those, so glad we've managed to get something that works. Phonetic call sign is going to be fuzzy, which you guys voted for in the polls. That was quite a unanimous vote for fuzzy there, so great stuff for that one. So that's really the key information about the airline, and I've spoke about it before, but we're probably going to initially at least just be A320 aircraft, but moving forwards we'll see how things pan out. We'll see if it's popular. We'll see if anybody comments and, you know, says they would fly with us if it was a different aircraft, etc, etc. But I hope you guys will enjoy the airline anyway. It's sort of been, you know, something that I've been looking forward to getting set up for, you know, quite some time. And I think it's going to be really cool because it's kind of just another way that I can kind of interact with you guys and stay in the loop with you guys actually offline as well. So obviously if you guys are flying flights on the airline whilst we're not streaming, etc., then you know, obviously you guys can do that, and it's, you know, it's a cool way for me to kind of see, you know, what's going on in the world, so to speak, when I'm not, you know, in front of my computer, when I'm not, you know, streaming, whatever. Yeah, I just thought it'd be quite cool way to kind of have that community aspect outside of the stream and outside of the Discord. So yeah, I hope you guys will enjoy it anyway. Like I say, the link is up in the pinned comment in the chat today. Right, okay, so let's have a look at the liveries then. Liveries are downloading a Word document. Oh dear. Okay, so let's have a look. Let me just have a quick look here, because I've not tried to download them yet. From flightsim.to. Let me just see what it does when I try it. It should just be a zip file that downloads. Anyways, let's do this so you guys can kind of have a look at the first registration whilst I try and troubleshoot this. So this one we are looking at here is the first aircraft that we came up with. Golf Foxtrot Zulu Alpha Alpha. So Alpha for the very, very first aircraft. Let's see. Now it should be downloading a .rar file. That's the Fenix one. Maybe the A320 one is an issue. Let's see. Yeah, so like I say, this is Golf Foxtrot Zulu Alpha Alpha. This is each of the aircraft have got their own names as well. This one is Fuzz Lightyear, as you can see right here. Let's see what happens to the A320 one. So this is going to be the base livery. This is the livery that we're going to use, at least for the standard type of aircraft. I really like it. I really like how it turned out. I think Miggle has done an absolutely fantastic job with it. The Fenix paint kit is fantastic as well. It does add some really, really nice additions to over the top of the actual livery as well, in terms of all the wear and tear and scratches and stuff. It looks fantastic. So I think Miggle's done a really good job with it. As you guys may remember from our sort of sessions where we, were looking up different ideas. We were discussing different ideas. This is basically, an iteration based on all of the ideas that we discussed. So we've got this dark blue bit that extends down the fuselage. We've got the little white, sorry, not white. We've got the little yellow sort of tips on the flap track fairings as well. There we go, just coming into view there. And then everything else is kind of, it was the main sort of concept was what you guys liked, and then we just kind of reiterated it based on our discussions. So there's the yellow little tips there. But something you guys have not seen any of yet is the interior, which we're going to have a look at in just a sec. Right, so people having issues with the download. I'm not sure what's going on there. So if I just bring up flightsim.to, you can see I've just downloaded both the files successfully. You can see they're both downloaded here. They're both .rar files. So maybe you need WinRAR installed on your computer. I don't know if Microsoft Windows can open those natively. Actually, let's just have a quick. Because I've always had WinRAR or 7-zip installed, so. Yeah, so maybe you need WinRAR installed if you've not got WinRAR or 7-zip. Might be worth looking into. I mean, what we could do is, if you're struggling, if you don't want to get WinRAR, I mean, we could get it. I could get it redone as a .zip file, but the problem with that is let's see. Well, it's not going to happen straight away, so yeah, it's probably going to be quicker if you get WinRAR, to be honest. Going to need a fuzzair holidays livery. Potentially, yeah, potentially. Though I'm not sure. I mean, why not? Why can't the main livery be a fuzzair holidays? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, a lot of airlines don't differentiate between their holiday flights and their, short haul flights, I suppose. But I'm not sure. Maybe we're definitely going to come up with some variations in the future. That's for sure. But yeah, it does appear to download correctly. If you're missing WinRAR on your computer, that might be the issue. That might be the issue, guys. However, Miggle has just messaged me. He must be watching the stream. Thank you, Miggle. He's going to re-upload them as a .zip file in a moment. So if you wait a few minutes, then try and re-download it, then it should be a zip file, and you won't need WinRAR then. Right, Valentino, the flight is, we're going to be doing a Toulouse to Leeds Bradford. It's a special delivery flight for the fuzzair fleet today. Feel free to fly along. We're going to be on multiplayer. Oh, Mr. Ben's here. Welcome, dude. Welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Let's just have a look. There's been some people saying that they've just applied to the airline. Oh, we've got more pilots. We've got Ramsey. We've got Stefan. Lovely. Accepted. Accepted. Glad you like the livery, guys. You'll have to let me know. Chris says cool livery. If anyone else has got any thoughts, please do feel free to let me know. I'm glad the liveries are working for most people, though. Lucas, we're not doing a VATSIM today. No. Mainly because I'm going to be doing a bit of a special routing for this flight today. And to be honest with you, I think it probably wouldn't work out that well on VATSIM. Yellow tips are a nice touch. Yeah, I'm glad you think so, guys. I'm glad you think so. Glad you think so. Minimum number of flights per week? No, not at all. High flyer? No. I mean, in order for the airline to stay on New Sky, there is a minimum amount of flights, you know, we have to do in total, but it's quite low, so I don't think we'd really need to worry too much about that. Ramsey, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Total Commander. Interesting. I've never heard of that one, Roy, but there we go. Yeah, that's another one for unzipping a RAR file. Sean says, did I already go over the fleet? No, we're just starting. We're just starting. Will there be a possibility to fly part-time? Yeah, absolutely, Sean. There's no minimum requirement to, you know, fly on the airline. Really? How many pilots are we up to so far? I'm going to be late for my first flight on the airline here. Pilots. We are up to 9 pilots so far. Right, okay, let's have a look at the inside then, because you guys haven't seen that yet. Well, you will have done if you've downloaded it, but let's have a quick look inside. So, nothing different in the cockpit here. Obviously, we've got the CellCal code and stuff like that. That shows up, but obviously not in the hangar here. I've also customized the sort of the airline setup in the cockpit as well. So I've kind of tweaked it to the equipment specification that we ordered from Airbus from this for this aircraft. So the setup that you'll see if you go into the airline modifiable information on the Fenix tablet is the setup that I have personally set up for this aircraft there. So you can check that out. But if we come into the cabin here, so first coming on board, we've got this nice, beautiful what do you call it now, actually? For the, like a control panel for the flight attendants. I'm not sure off the top of my head the exact name for that. But as you can see, yeah, I did all of the interiors. Miggle did the exteriors. I really spent far more time than I probably should have done on the interior here, but I really got obsessed with a lot of the details in here. So, for example, I had to make this screen shiny so it looked like an actual screen. So yeah, we've got that, and then we've got sort of a bit of a wall here, which is kind of a homage to our channel members here on the channel. So we've got anyone that's been a channel member for over a month is appearing on this wall here. Obviously, it will be updated over time. Maybe not super frequently, but we will get people added on there as they become members for over a month. So big shout out, big thank you to all the channel members. Obviously, you guys are on there. Sorry if some of your letters are missing from your name and things like that. It was a little bit difficult to get the layout to look half decent whilst also getting all the names on there. So you're all on there, though. You're all on there. Biggles, you're famous. You are, dude. Beautiful. Right, and then we've got the cabin. So went with quite a minimalistic sort of look to the cabin. Number one, because it saves me on workload. And number two, because I quite like the minimalistic look here. So we've got the nice blue inserts in the overhead bins here. We've got the nice blue seat belts, which, by the way, you've got to check out the detail on, like the detail that Fenix have put into the chairs and the seat belts. I'd never really noticed before until I started doing this, but there we go. So that's about it for the cabin. I've also sort of lightened the carpet as well, so it's a nice sort of, I don't know, so doesn't look like a black hole down there, which is kind of what I did do before with the default. And then if we spin around here, I've just put a few little details on the front here. This is, again, it's quite a low resolution area of the airplane, this, so you can't really get it so you can read all the text, but I actually designed a full safety card as well for the airline, which you can actually read on the other seats, but we'll come to that in a moment. And then when we're talking about the details, I did get a little bit obsessed, and I also had to make the I also had to make the safety cards also shiny, as if they're laminated, of course, as well. And these little fasten seat belts while seated, and life vest under your seat, little labels there. And then, yeah, that's about it for the interior. But the safety card, because of the Fenix uses the sort of like a decal layer for the safety card, I was able to actually put a much higher resolution in there. So you can actually come in here and read the safety card, which is quite cool. And you can even sort of come down into the pocket here and read below the actual pockets. And it's all down there. I'm not going to go through it all with you right here. I would recommend you give that a read through. That was quite an amusing thing to do. It's a little bit of a joke. It's not too serious, but I came across this website called airtunes.com, and I really enjoyed some of their captions and illustrations. So that's in there as well. So I'll leave you guys to check that out. So that's the first aircraft, Fuzz Lightyear. We've got 4 more for the Fenix. Sorry, 3 more for the Fenix. We've got Bravo, which is Fuzz Aldrin. This was a name that Roy suggested, I believe. Same livery, just a different registration. And then we've got Charlie, which is Fuzz Force 5, which is a reference to Pulp Fiction there, which I think... I can't remember who it was that suggested that or gave me the inspiration for that name, but that is the one for Charlie. Again, it's the same livery, it's just a different registration, and the name on the front is different as well. And then finally, we've got Delta, which is a special livery. So on this one, we don't necessarily have a name for the aircraft, but we actually have a different sort of branding on it, really. It's the same livery, and when the camera pans round, we can get to see. Lovely stuff. Hashtag lovely stuff livery. And then we've got the fuzzair on the front there as well. So that's Delta, and that's sort of like a bit of a special livery, I suppose you could call it. So yeah, did enjoy that one. That was inspired by a message that Roy sent me as well a little bit earlier on. A couple of weeks ago, I think it was. So we've got the hashtag lovely stuff livery. As you guys know, I have quite a habit of saying that over and over again on the stream. So why not make it into a bit of a slogan for the airline? So that's that. They've obviously all got the same interior, but that's the externals for the Fenix. And then we've still got more. So for the fly-by-wire, the A320 Neo, we've only got one of these at the moment. But I'm hopefully going to add a few more at a later stage in terms of names and registrations for the fly-by-wire. So this is the fly-by-wire. Again, it's the same livery. It's just got a different registration. So the Neo registrations will start with Foxtrot Zulu November, and then this is Alpha. So we've got Foxtrot Zulu November Alpha here for the A320 Neo. Again, it's the same livery. It just the coloration is slightly different just because of the way the paint kit works for the fly-by-wire, but it looks pretty nice, doesn't it? It looks a lot shinier, but it looks very nice. I think I'm very happy with it, and Miggle has done a fantastic job. Big shout out to Miggle, who helped make these liveries. Well, helped make them. He made them. So yeah, he did a fantastic job. And it's cool to see it on the Neo as well, because I spent most of the time designing this on the CEO A320. So yeah, that's that. Oh, I've just noticed. I've just realised what we've missed off this one. We've missed off the yellow tips on the flap track fairings. Oops, I completely missed those myself, to be honest with you. So Miggle, if you're listening. Yeah, I completely forgot about those ones. But other than that, it's exactly the same. Miggle's done a nice job at adding some nice little bits of wear and tear to the aircraft as well, so it doesn't look quite so shiny. But yeah, it looks fantastic. Like the sharklets look as well. Very cool indeed. And this one is called fusilli, as in like the pasta. So yeah, that's this one. I hope you guys like it. I hope you guys like them. Can I make the livery into a folder instead of a page? What do you mean by that, Raven? So the airline is based in Leeds. Yes, that's our home base airport, yes. But at the moment on the airline, there's no specific routes that we're doing. You can just fly anywhere you want. So it's up to you where you fly. Home base, yes, it is Leeds. And I think in the future we will set up some schedules and flights that will be sort of based around Europe and out of Leeds. But for now, it's just going to be free flight, so you can fly wherever you want. So let's get cracking, I think, then with the flight today. So we're going to fly Alpha today. So let's come into the world map and get set up. We are going to be on multiplayer. So we're going to be on the North Europe server. I'll just move this guy over. North Europe server. We're going to be on all players. And we're going to spawn in here at Toulouse at the Airbus factory. And I'm going to park right here at the delivery center. Time, we're going to set to 14:51. And all players. Have I missed anything? I don't think I have. Right, cool. So let's do it. I'll stick to flying out of England. Yeah, no worries, Sean. No worries. I mean, Leeds Bradford's quite a fun one to fly in and out of, to be honest, because it's got that it's got quite a heavily sloped. Whoa! Volanta. What is that? Is that going to disappear? Please tell me it disappears. Oh my days. Volanta, please. What? Aerocache. Yeah, that's great, but is it going to disappear? Are there enough stands at Leeds? There should be. It depends how many people are coming along. Oh my days, Volanta. Why have you done this? Oh well, we're just going to have to... We're just going to have to deal with it. That's fine. That's fine. Anyways, we'll carry on. So I have done some testing from this gate before, but I just reinstalled Volanta for today's flight because I wanted you guys to be able to sort of follow along on there. And it seems like it's installed this Aerocache jobby, which is a bit annoying, but hey-ho. Anyways, let's get cracking, shall we? So, get there, Joe. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I don't know if that's a GSX thing, but it's just removed it. That is super nice. Fantastic. See ya! Right. Okie dokes. And just a couple more details I'll show you on this one, actually, before we go any further. So, underneath the wing, got the registration there as well, which is lovely. And then we also have sort of this little... It's kind of difficult to see when you zoomed out, but we've got a nice little avatar there for the airline. Just as you're boarding, you can see that right next to the door there. We don't have it on this side, just on that side. Which is quite nice. Lovely. So here we are at Toulouse. This is the Airbus factory, the Airbus facility. So you guys are more than welcome to join along. Obviously, there's quite a few statics here, but there's plenty of stands otherwise. What I'll need to do, though, is just before we go any further, just going to come back into my accessibility here and turn the old animations off. There we go. Lovely. Right. Am I on multiplayer? Let's see any names. Let's see. Nameplates. Right, there we go. I see some names now, but there we are. Right. Okie dokie. Is this Payware Scenery? It is, Ramsey. Yep, this is the Toulouse scenery by Jetstream Designs. It's really, really nice. Really, really good. Highly would recommend it. I mean, let's just have a quick buzz around before we go any further, because I think some of you guys might not have seen this scenery before. So this is the Airbus facility on this side of the runway here. Absolutely massive. We've got a Beluga parked here. There's a lot of statics, so a lot of these aircraft that you see here will be statics. This building right here is the delivery center, from what I have gathered. And then, yeah, a bunch of statics here. The texturing on the ground is absolutely fantastic, and the modeling on the building is just brilliant as well. And then you've got all of the huge sort of warehouses, hangars here for Airbus. Absolutely tons of stuff going on. There's no interiors in there, but I don't think you really need them. You've got some planes parked here that haven't been painted yet. Just got the primer on it. The tail's painted, of course, because the tail comes from a separate source. So it's actually painted before it arrives here at Airbus, as far as I'm aware. And then, yeah, the full facility. We've got tons more aircraft parked over here. And then I was trying to find the other day the special Beluga hangar. I believe this is the Beluga hangar. I don't know if they've changed it in recent times, but I'm fairly certain they used to have this sort of Beluga-shaped door in the hangar there, but maybe it's changed. I don't know. So yeah, this is the Airbus side. Obviously, it's not just an Airbus facility here. It is a passenger airport as well. But it's really, really good. Really, really cool to see all of these sort of different aircraft parked here. Some painted, some not. And you've even got some ATRs here, interestingly enough. I'm not sure the connection, but someone else can probably tell me. And then, of course, over here we've got the actual passenger part of the airport, which is looking fantastic. Also, ground textures, ground markings, absolutely brilliant. The modeling is just fantastic here. Really, really good. I'm doing this quite quickly, though, by the way, chat. I do apologise if I'm going really quick, but I'm aware that I've already spent about an hour just introing this stream, so I'm just trying to keep this relatively condensed. As you can see, it's a very, very nicely done airport. The land side is fantastic as well. Let's get cracking, shall we? We've got some people here as well. See some people walking around down here. They're so excited to see the new livery. Oh, beautiful. We've got Nathan here in the lovely stuff livery. Love to see it. Love to see it. Right. Fantastic chat. So, let's just get the aircraft powered on and we'll get the IRS set to align. And then we'll crack on. As you can see now, we've got the registration and cell there, specific to this livery. And I also chose to have the DDRMI as well because personally I quite like that instrument. Quite like having that separate DME there because, you know, if you just want the DME, you can actually just flick these off and then just have it there if you really wanted to keep things simple. But I thought that was quite nice. And whilst we're still talking a little bit about the airline, let's just come into the Fenix tablet here and we'll have a quick look at the airline information here. So this is the standard equipment for fuzzair. We've got auto TCAS, yellow hydraulic steering, LDEV, although I thought I'd toggle that one off, to be honest, but it's on. Navin go around, which is something that's not turned on in the Fenix by default, and brake fans. No ice detection though, and the other stuff. These two are not turned on for the Fenix by default anyway, but ice detection is, so something to be aware of. But that's that. Everything else is obviously you'd set that up to your preference. Well, RA callouts as well. That's an airline thing, really. Obviously, you can change them if you really want, but mine is just a standard setup, but we have the 300 callout as well in between 500 and 100, which I don't think it has by default in the Fenix, but everything else. Meters, HPA, kilograms, DDRMI, and then we've got the ISIS for the standby, and that's it. Really, I'll just change this as well. Right, fantastic. So that's that. We'll let the aircraft sort of align itself. We're gonna just jump back into the cabin here. Sit down at our beautiful bright cabin. Absolutely love to see it. And we're just gonna have a quick run through the OFP today. And I'm just going to catch up with some more messages here because I feel like I've missed an absolute ton. Is there a classic livery? Not yet, Aviator 04, but I do enjoy retro livery, so we'll definitely make a retro livery at some point in the future. But it's you know, not something that I could have done at this stage. Livery for the A310, Tangi says. Yeah, potentially. That might be an option. That might be where we can do a retro livery, potentially. What server on North Europe server, Raven? Since a virtual airline you'll be posting routes, will FSLTL use the livery and schedule? No, FSLTL works on Flight Radar 24 data. So... obviously, the fuzzair flights won't be on Flight Radar 24. How does it track your flight? Says Ramsey. So it uses an app called New Sky. You can check it out in the pinned message on the chat. Basically, you just need to, if you go to the website, you can sign up there, etc., etc., and then in the bottom left there's a button that says download app, and that will then connect. Basically, it's a replica of the website, but that actually connects to your sim, and then it will track your flight, basically. There are certain SOPs you have to follow, so you want to turn your lights off, your landing lights off above 10,000 feet. You'll need to be stabilized on the approach by 1,000 feet with no configuration changes. And that's about it for SOPs at the moment, but hopefully we might be able to add some more in the future. Am I accepting new Sky applications? I certainly am, yeah. Let me just go ahead and check again. So we've got Captain Raven accepted, Bartek Pilot accepted, Alfie Walker accepted. Will you be able to see AI using the fuzzair livery with any AI application? Not at the moment, Aviator, but in the future I'm hoping to get it added in some way to some AI package. I'm not sure which we're going to go with yet, because obviously FSLTL is using flight radar 24 data, so we can't really add it to that, but we could potentially get it added to that so we can use it on VATSIM. But again, it depends on the conversation that I need to have with them. Regarding virtual airline Microsoft Flight Simulator liveries, do you accept/create requests? I haven't made the liveries personally, if that's what you mean, Galbraith. It was actually Miggle that created the liveries. So if you go to flightsim.to and check out the liveries on there, check out the author of the livery, the guy who posted the livery, Miggle, send them a message. Which GPU and which resolution? I'm 1440p and a 3080. Are we not allowed to do fuzzy on VATSIM yet? Should be able to do fuzzy on VATSIM, yep. Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to use any virtual airline on VATSIM as far as I'm aware, as long as you just make a note in the remarks about the actual Callsign. Which, if you use New Sky and generate the OFP through there, it will actually put the remark in there for you automatically. Your Fenix, how is the interior in the A320? It's great, yeah. I mean, you can see it right here. Tanji is here as well. Look to the right. Let's have a look. Got Nathan over to the left here and to the right. I don't see anyone. In fact, I only see Nathan, to be honest. Let's see Roy. I think Roy's here as well, isn't he? But I'm on the North Europe server, guys, by the way. Just make sure you got the server correct. I know Microsoft Flight Simulator sometimes has a bit of a weird thing where it doesn't show people sometimes, and then they reappear at a later stage, and yeah, it's very weird, but yeah. Super Gamer, welcome to the chat. Roy's next to the Vietnam 350, so you're up there. Oh, so you're up here, but you're not visible at the moment for whatever reason. Oh, we've got Sue's away. I think that's Stian, isn't it? Up here. Lovely stuff. Love to see it. Very, very good. Scenery isn't the same, so there's different parking. I should still be able to see your name tag, though. Unless you're too close to me, in which case, maybe not. Can't see anyone other than myself. That's strange, Nathan. That's strange. I mean, I've come across... Oh, I can see Roy now. Yeah, it's a bit weird sometimes, Microsoft Flight Simulator multiplayer. I don't use it too often, but on some occasions where I have used it, sometimes you will see people and they'll reappear later. As long as you're on the same server, I think at some point, maybe when we're in flight, you might be able to see us again, but at least for now, I might just have to just cope with the strange bug that happens there. How can you join multiplayer servers? Just join, click on when you're loading up a flight, select all players. You can select live players if you want, but if you want to join us, all players. And then for your server, click on your name in the top right here and select the server you want. We're on North Europe. Right, let me just see if I can catch up with some of the older messages. The Big F is on SimBrief. Am I misunderstanding? Big F is on SimBrief. I'm not sure what that one is, Stian. Is that just regarding the airline in general? I don't know. Love this delivery, I can't lie. Thank you very much, Alfie. I'm glad you like it, dude. I'm glad you like it. Elva Pino, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Patrick's going to be on ground crew. Love to see it. Roy's got the scenery of Leeds, especially for this event. Great stuff, Roy. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, it does need an update, to be fair, the scenery, but it's quite good if you just ignore how current it is. Right, guys, I'm not going to be able to catch up with all of the messages, but I really appreciate all of your comments. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the livery. I hope you guys join us for the flight today, but we do need to get cracking with the flight, otherwise we're going to be sat here on the ground forever. Lucas asked, is it standard nav in go-around? I believe it is for a lot of modern Airbuses that are delivered. Yes, I believe it is. I think it's only an old Airbus thing where they don't have nav as standard, to be honest with you. But this is a virtual airline. I can configure the aircraft and order it from Airbus however I like. That is the beauty of it. Right. Oh, no way, Stian. Oh, no way. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, so SimBrief has essentially suggested my route to you as a potential route. Sean, I've just accepted you. Amazing, amazing. Well, are you going to fly it, Stian? Are you going to fly it? Obviously, you could just remove all the lat-long waypoints and then fly direct from Manchester to Leeds, which would be the standard route. But if you want to fly the F, yeah, by all means. It's going to take about an hour extra, though, to fly it. Galbraith, yes, it is Toulouse. It's Toulouse, and we're on the Airbus side, yeah. By Jetstream Designs. The scenery we're using today is in the video. It's in the video description. We got to saw the Aerosoft A330 join the Fuzz fleet. Yes, indeed. Yeah, looking forward to that. We'll definitely be having some 330s in there. That is for sure. That is for sure. I have been speaking with with Aerosoft regarding that release, and we're definitely going to be seeing it on the channel. Let's just put it that way. So hopefully we'll be able to get a livery made for that for release. Right. Okay. Let's get cracking anyway, chats, because like I say, we could be here for hours if I just sit here chatting away. Right, so, as we normally do, let's have a look at the OFP. So, we are going to be late. I booked this flight on New Sky. I'm going to be late for my first flight. Let me see if I can just amend it real quick. I don't think I can. Oh, God, never mind. We're going to be late for our first flight. Yeah, so as you can see, I booked this flight on New Sky for 5:15. So we're going to be a bit late here. But yeah, oops. And whilst we're here, I'll just show you. If you click VATSIM here and pre-file it, it should. Let me just check it actually does this. Oh dear, that's no good, is it? There you go. So it should fill in. It should pre-fill in the remarks section here with callsign fuzzy, so that the controller should be able to know what you're referring to when you say fuzzy on the radios. Right. Okay. So let's run through the OFP then. So just a small caveat though for this flight today is obviously this is a delivery flight, so normally you wouldn't have passengers. But just because we're using New Sky, I wanted to use New Sky for the first flight here. We do actually have passengers counted into the loading. We're actually full on passengers today. And a lot of fuel as well, so it's going to be quite heavy taking off, which is going to be great fun. But, like I say, it's just because I wanted to use New Sky for this flight today. Why the heck not? So, let's have a look then. We're going to be, today, we're going to be fuzzair 100, very, very first flight for fuzzair. We're going from Toulouse to Leeds, Bradford, and we're going to be in an A320, and Alpha is the registration today. Call sign is going to be fuzzy 100. Estimated off-box time is 17:15, which we're obviously not going to make, and the on-box is obviously way out the situation at this point. Standard cost index for an A320 CEO on Fuzz Air is 26. And we're going to be covering 743 miles over the ground today. Takeoff weight is going to be rather heavy, as I said, 69.4 tons, so getting quite close to that maximum takeoff weight there in the A320. And we are going to have a slight headwind for the trip today, which is unfortunate. I say slight headwind, quite a lot of a headwind. Alternate is Heathrow, and we're going to be initially cruising at flight level 360. So coming further down, block fuel. Trip en route time is going to be 2 hours and 7 minutes. Now, if you fly this flight normally, you're probably going to be looking at about an hour and a half. But because we've got this extra bit on the route here, which we'll come to later on, it's going to bump up the time a bit. So for block fuel, we're going to take 9,514 kilograms. I'm actually going to request 10 tons for the trip today, just to round that up, just for any potential issues that might happen with regards to this part of the flight here today. So we'll come further down and look at the route. We're expecting 32 left here at Toulouse on the LACO 6 Bravo departure. We're going to fly our normal routing across to Leeds, which takes us across like this. And then from Manchester VOR MCT, we're going to be flying on a lat long chords here. Now, I've mainly put these lat longs in for reference for myself. Some of the flight I may actually do hand flown, just to try and get the line a bit smoother looking. But we'll do some of it in nav mode just to try and reduce the workload a bit. But I think I will do some of it manually flown. But we'll brief that a little bit later on. We're going to expect runway 14 at Leeds Bradford. As I said, we've got 162 passengers on board and 3.2 tons of cargo, so very, very heavy today. Let's just pretend all the passengers are staff members who have come here to see the new aircraft. Apparently we've already got 162 staff, but there we go. So coming further down, looking at the weather, nothing significant in place. We do have a decent bit of wind here at Toulouse. We've got 29011 knots. Other than that, not too much to write home about. We do have some CBs in the vicinity and quite a lot of clouds, but other than that, not too bad. And there may be some reduced visibility and light showers of rain at some point. This METAR was at 1600 though, so we'll have to get an updated picture in a moment. And then the weather picture at Leeds Bradford is fairly similar, a little bit breezy. Wind coming straight from the south there, which is a little bit unusual actually for Leeds Bradford. And then, yeah, nothing too much else to say about that. Weather at Heathrow alternate looking absolutely fine. So, quick look at the routing here. So, basically just straight up to the north-northeast, and then we're going to draw that F up just to the west of Leeds Bradford, and then move into the airport. We'll zoom in on the route a little bit later on. And then looking at the significant weather charts, we do have a lot of stuff hanging about here. So right over the UK, we've got some moderate icing and moderate turbulence expected below flight level 100 up to flight level 180. So for when we're drawing this F out, we may need to use, well, we'll probably keep the seatbelt signs on. Let's just put it that way. Other than that, there's nothing too much else that should affect our flight today. And that is about it for the briefing. What we'll do, we'll have a quick look over at the map here. And we'll just have a quick look at the routing. So the routing, as I said, is more or less standard, coming out over France here, over the Channel, and then over the south of England. And then once we actually get over here to MCT, Manchester VOR, we're actually going to start flying this F pattern. You can see there's a big F right there for fuzzair. Now, it was my understanding that MCT was actually nicely aligned with this first point here, but it doesn't seem to be, so we'll have to maybe clear that out as we get closer. But so this is the F. As we approach it, we are going to look to descend to flight level 120 to fly this, mainly so that we can lower that stall speed, and basically we'll want to extend our slats, potentially flap 2 as well, for this procedure, so that we can fly at quite low speed and we can get these turns nice and tight coming around the F there. And then once we've completed the F shape, we'll fly basically direct in towards the airport and land on runway 14 on vectors basically. I mentioned regarding manual flights for the F. So I think probably what I'll do is for this curved part up here and this curved part down here, I might just fly this manually so I can keep a more or less consistent bank angle in as we fly around there to try and get it smooth. But we'll see how it pans out. We'll see how it pans out. It might not work at all, but I thought it'd just be quite cool to give it a try. Right, so that's that. Let's get the aircraft prepared because we are running rather behind here. Okie doke, so let me just check. New Sky is connected. Lovely stuff. Let's just press start flight. We're already late here, but nevertheless, let's get cracking. So we've got our excited onlookers here, milling around the aircraft, ready to see the beautiful new livery. And there's a light showers of rain coming in as well. Love to see it. Right, let's get cracking then. So we want external power. IRS is aligned. We'll get cruise supply oxygen on and the flight recorder on as well. We'll get nav lights on and external light, emergency exit lights, no smoking lights on as well. Lovely stuff. That's all looking good. We're just going to reduce the temperature here a little bit. And that is it for the overhead. We'll put the cargo in to the middle spot as well. Coming over here, let's just import the flight plan here. I'm not going to fiddle with the times here in the Fenix tablet just because it's all out of whack anyway, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. So looking at the most recent METAR here at Toulouse, we've got a QNH of 1021, winds 10 knots from 290. Light showers of rain, yep, as expected. Fine, no worries. What we'll do as well, we'll come over to the mass and balance. We're going to go over 10 tons, as I said. And let's call over the refueler. QNH 1021 is set here. We'll go airport constraints. We'll turn these guys on. Initial cleared altitude for the SID we'll be flying today is going to be 70. Got no ATT on, obviously. We're flying this on multiplayer, so we'll go with that. That's all fine. We'll put the terrain display on as well, seeing as the IRS is aligned. Lovely stuff. Coming further down, I'm not going to use the AOC to import the flight data because it won't import with all the latitude and longitude waypoints in there. We're going to have to put them in manually, unfortunately, but I will try and do that relatively quickly. So let me just get them up here, actually. Right, so nav database is current. So that's all looking good. We'll come to init. We're going to go from LFBO to EGNM. Alternate is going to be Heathrow. And we're going to be fuzz 100. Costing index of 26. Cruising flight level 360. And the temperature up there is looking like a minus 56 degrees. Current temperature outside is 14. That's all in there already. And the throttle pause is looking like 378. Cool. Right. Lovely. And I'm not going to bother with the wind either, so that's fine. Right. So let's build up this flight plan then. So we're going to go departing LFBO. Just going to come back here, just double check the winds. 290 at 10 knots. So yeah, 32 left is going to be adequate. So we'll go 32 left, and we're going to go the Laku 6 Bravo Bravo departure. We'll insert that, and I'm just going to check this initially. Yeah, that looks good there. BO322. Has a restrict. Hang on a minute. Did I pick the wrong? I picked the wrong departure. I'm smart. Okay. There we go. Right. There we go. That's correct. Okay, so From Laku, we're going to take an airway, so it's going to be Alpha 34 to Sitet, which takes us all the way over to the channel. And then from Sitet, we're going to go Lima 151 to Midhurst. And then we're going to go direct to Compton, which you can't put in there. So we'll just go ahead and insert, come further down, Midhurst, and we'll put in CPT just there. And then from CPT, we're going to take another airway, which is going to be Uniform November 859 to Honley. And then we're going to go to Trent direct from there. Just double checking that is the correct fix. Trent 11570. So that is this guy. 53 north, 002 west. That is actually slightly off there. Unless it's rounded up. But it's definitely that one. Right, so Trent, and then we're going to go from Trent on another airway to Uniform Lima 28. And then we're going to go to MCT, Manchester VOR from there. Which we'll insert. That's going to be the majority of the flight plan there. And then from here, we're going to add in the latitude and longitude waypoints for the F. So, this is going to take a fair bit of concentration for me to do. George, welcome to the chat. How did you join fuzzair? Check out the pinned message in the chat. Refueler, are you here? Yes, you are. Beautiful. Let's see. Is there any more people? Oh, we've got a few people. We've got Raven here as well. Showing in an Iberia, though, unfortunately. APU inspectors here as well. Roy's over there as well. Can't quite see his. Let's just do this. I'm still not seeing anyone over this side. Love to see it. Love to see it. Not sure if you're supposed to be in a fuzzair there or not. I'm not sure how you're showing as an Iberia, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I don't have an Iberia installed, actually. Unless I've left FS Traffic installed. That could be a possibility. Got another lovely stuff in Roy. We've got APU Inspector with the standard fuzzair. We've got no one over there. And then we've got Stian in the classic. Oh, he's in the A320. Love to see it. Love to see it. Right. Let's crack on. Alright, let's load this guy up. Not going to bother with the loading of passengers through GSX because technically we don't have any. So we're just going to do it like that. One thing to be aware of though, chat, if you are using GSX, GSX does sometimes mess with New Sky in terms of the pushback. So you can sometimes get penalties because of the way GSX's pushback works. New Sky developer is in conversation with GSX to see if they can resolve that. But you guys probably noticed it before. It's the same reason that GSX causes a high brake temperature. It's the same reason that GSX makes the plane look like they're flipping up into the air on VATSIM. It's the same reason why GSX causes that really, really repeated loud sound on FS Realistic as well. So something to be aware of. Right, so let's get this plugged in then. So this is going to take, like I say, a little bit of concentration here. I don't want to mess this up. So initial waypoint is going to be 5333 north and west 00220. Going to stick that in there. That's going to put it in as a LL01, which is lat long 01, and that's going to store that. So we'll store that in there. Then we're going to go north 5333 / west 00225 LLO2 store. So that's why you've got to pay a lot of attention when you're doing this, because it doesn't write it out for you. So it's not easy to go back and check what you've input. You can obviously click here and see what you've input there, but yeah, it's not immediately apparent. Right. So next one is north 5347 west 00225 Next one is north 5347 west 00228 next one is north 5350 west 00228 Right, and the next one is north 5350 / west 00228 So just to make you guys aware of how long this should take, it seems like it's a very laborious, long process, but there's actually only around 20 of these lat long waypoints that we'll need to put in, so it shouldn't take us too long, really. So the last one I put in was 5350 00228. Cool. So next we're going to go north 5350 / west 00225. Yeah, cool. See, I'm already second guessing myself on what I've put in. Right. Next one is north 5352 / west 00225. Next one is north 5354 / west 00224. Next one is north 5355 / west 00222. Next one is north 5356 / west 00219. Next one is north 5356 / west 00217. Next one is north 5356 / west 00214. Next one is north 5354 / west 00214. Are you bored yet, chats? Next one is north 5354 / west 00217. Next one is north 5353 / west 00219. 5353 00219. Nearly there, chat. 16. North 5351 / west 00220. Imagine if I just accidentally undo and erased it all. That'd be the kind of thing I'd do. 5350 north and west 022. Oh no. 0022. Okay, never mind. Do that one again. North 5350 / west 0022. There is a 0. I'm pretty sure you don't need to put the 0 at the end though. Right, there we go. And then we've got north 5350 / west 00214. And we've got north 5347 / west 00214. And we've got second to last one here, north 5347 / west 00214. And then the very last one is the same as the first one, so we can just put Lima 01 and put that in there. And that's just going to use the same as the first one. Think of it like a custom waypoint. Lovely. Right, and then arrivals into Leeds Bradford is going to be the ILS Zulu 14. No stars at Leeds Bradford, and we'll insert that. Lovely. Right, there we go, chat. We've got a disco there at the end, but that's fine. We'll put ourselves on vectors. Cool. All right, so the departure itself is a RNAV departure, so we're not going to put anything in there regards the RadNav page. However, we'll put in an engine out SID, so we'll put 32 left. And we'll put a 25-mile radius ring. And the runway heading, which is 322. So we were having a discussion in the last stream chat about... we're having a discussion about that. About engine out SIDs in the last stream. And I did a bit of looking into this, actually, chat. Because I was intrigued to see what the situation was. And what I've actually learned is that engine out SIDs are actually, they're not actually specific to the airport or ATC or anything really. It's company specific. So the company actually makes up their own engine out SIDs. And then basically what the pilot would do is when they're doing their performance data, their performance tool will actually tell them the engine out SID. And then it's up to the pilot to communicate the engine out SID that they're going to fly if they have an engine out. So, interesting. Good to know. Right. Okay, cool. So that's that done. RadNav page is done. We'll do a secondary flight plan, which we'll just copy the active. And we'll just go in it. In fact, we didn't even need to do that, did we? We should have just gone LFBO. LFBO. Like so. It rhymes. And we'll just set a 3-2 left arrival. Done. No star. Right. And then init B. So we probably don't have a load sheet because the way that we've set it up here with the Fenix, we've got a condition zone regulator fault. Interesting. We will look at that shortly. But we've got a brand new aircraft here that's just had a fault. So I'm not sure if failures are actually turned on or not. Right. What were we looking at on the tablet here? That's just totally thrown me. Load sheet, that's what we wanted. Right. It is actually loaded here, so we could just take the figures from here. But let's just go resend load sheet. Now, this is something that you guys might need to be aware of if you fly in the Fenix, because I believe I may have set this up so that the random failures are on by default. Just minor failures, but they're on. So just be aware of that. You can obviously turn them off yourself if you want, but just something to be aware of, chat. Right, let's go ATSU, AOC, and check out our load sheets. We'll accept that. 60.3. on the zero fuel. And we've got the CG of 31.2. Fuel on board should be 10 tons. Let's just check that it is. And the wind component for today, it'll be minus 61. Right. Let me just check on fuzzair. Let's see if there's any new pilots that I need to accept. There is. High Flyer accepted. George Chadwick accepted. And then on Volanta, anyone on Volanta? No one on Volanta. Okay, fantastic. Right, cool. All right, so that's that done. In terms of the fuel for the flight today, we're going to have a contingency of 0.6, which I think I need to change now. I've seen brief. Alternate fuel is going to be 1.9. We're going to have 24 minutes extra, so that's fine. No worries. Cool. All right. And then we'll do our takeoff performance. So it's going to be 3 to left with a dry runway and the packs on. We could even do packs off, to be fair. But let's do packs on. Anti-air is not going to be required for the departure. And we'll do everything else optimal. Will New Sky log our flights? It should do, Sean, if you set it up correctly, yes. Oh, look at that. V158, VR58, V258. Flaps 3, no trim, 60 degrees of flex. That is interesting. I don't think I've ever had that before. Flaps 3. No trim and 60 degrees of flex. Departure procedures here at LFBO is NADP2, so I don't need to amend the thrust reduction acceleration. That's all fine. Right, lovely. Clean speed 226. Crikey, that's actually going to be tough. That's going to be tough for flying that F. We're going to have to probably put some flaps out. Yeah, so Sean, will New Sky log it? Yeah, so it should do. What you need to do, though, is if you go into... I'll bring up the fuzz pad. I'll just show you guys real quick. If you want to fly along on the airline, what you need to do is you need to click on this book flight button here. Go free flights, fuzzair, then put in your flight number. You can randomize it if you want as well, but I would recommend just putting in 10 and then another number. Because these are the first flights, essentially. Departure and arrival, you know that, and the aircraft that you're flying. Departure time, and it should fill out the duration automatically once you've put in the arrival and departure and arrival. Then click book flight. Then you want to come back to my flights here, and then click on this little review flight button here, this little eye with a window. Click on that, and then there should be a button up here that says start flight. And this is through the New Sky app, by the way, not the website. If you're on the website, you need to come down to the bottom here, click on download app, and then download the app. And you can then use the app here. The main reason you want to use the app is because you can see in the top left here, you can see it says connected to Microsoft Flight Simulator. You need it to be connected so that it will log the flight properly. And then if you actually control click on the N here, you can see everything that is tracking in the sim. So hopefully that helps you, Sean. Hopefully it makes sense. It is relatively straightforward. There is also on the homepage of New Sky a video here. You can watch a short video that just teaches you the basics of how to get set up with it. But hopefully that is useful to you. But let's have a look. Here we are. We're very, very late here. We're nearly half an hour late for this flight today. Right, okay, so what we want to do actually is, before we go any further, we do actually have a fault here on the aircraft. On our brand new aircraft, we've got a fault. So let's just troubleshoot that real quick. So we want to go, I'm just going to check in the QRH and just see if I can find this. Let's just do a search. Cond zone. Nothing. I don't know if it will be in the QRH necessarily. Let me just check the contents. Might have to check the MEL then. Might have to check the MEL. Okay, there's nothing actually about it in the MEL. Rather strange. Right, let's just check our status page, see what it says. Cabin zone at fixed temperature. Bear with me. I mean, this is definitely not. This doesn't seem like a fault where you won't be able to dispatch the aircraft. But I just want to see if we can just check to see if there's any procedures that we can do to try and clear it. All these fault lights you can see here, they're absolutely normal. It might clear itself once we start the air conditioning going. So let's start the APU. And I'm just going to carry on just searching here real quick. Let's start the APU up. Right. Okay, chat. I can't find anything about it in the FCOM. I mean, I've not searched the FCOM that much, but there's nothing about it in the MELs. There's nothing in the QRH, so we're just going to dispatch as it is, and we'll get maintenance to sort that once we get closer. Let's just see if we go to maintenance here and just see. Oh, there's no actual failure there. Okay, interesting. Let's just see what happens once we get the APU rolling. We start the timer to let the APU warm up. We'll do our cockpit preparation checklist. So gear pins and covers are removed. Fuel quantity is 10 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. They are now. ADIRs are in nav bar if it's set 1021 on both sides. Lovely. Right, cool. Okie dokes. So, lovely stuff. Let's close the doors. And we're going to get ready to rock and roll here. Whilst we wait for the APU to warm up, let's do a briefing for the departure itself. Right. Oh, lovely. Miggles just sent me a message saying the flaptrack fairings with the little yellow bits on the end. That is now live on flightsim.to. Thank you very much, Miggle, if you're listening. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Right. Okay then, chat. So let's have a look at our departure procedures here. Okie dokies. So, Raven's already departed. No worries. We'll see you in Leeds. Numa, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Right. So we're here at Toulouse, France. We're at the Airbus facility. Airport elevation is 499 feet. So we're currently on Apron Ziegler. We're at the delivery center here at Airbus. Now, this side of the ramp, this side of the airport, I believe, would be controlled by Airbus, as far as I am aware, in terms of the air traffic control. We've also got this private area marked off, which marks off this area here. So we don't actually have a chart for all of this area close up, but nevertheless, it should be quite fairly straightforward. We're going to push back facing to the south here. We're going to taxi on Yankee 60, Sierra 60, take a left turn onto Whiskey 50, and then follow that all the way down to Sierra 2 for holding point runway 32 left. Then we're going to depart 32 left on the Laku 6 Bravo departure. This is a 10-3 Alpha chart. Transition altitude is 5,000 feet. This is an RNAV departure. Fairly straightforward, really. Initial climb clearance, flight level 70. We're going to climb straight ahead to Bravo Oscar 320, then take a slight right turn to 322, minimum 5,000, then a left turn out to Laku. That is the procedure. Fairly straightforward. We're going to climb up to flight level 320 following that. And, yeah, it's going to be quite straightforward. We'll brief the rest of the flight once we get up in the air. Let's do this thing. Right. Sorry that's taken quite some time there, chat, if you are with us and following along. Oh, my lights died. There we go. Not sure what happened there. Anyways, 3 minutes has passed, so we'll get the APU bleed on now. My light keeps going on and off. I'll have to see if I can fix that. Very toasty in the back there. That being said, we've only just brought the air conditioning online. We've got alternate mode there as well. That's interesting. I've not seen that one before. Let's see how we get on. Anyway, we'll monitor that. You can see the cold air is being pushed in though, and the temperature's coming down nicely. Great. Okay. Let's just clear that. Okie dokes. So, Jetway has disconnected. We'll connect the tug. Now, I think this is probably going to give me minus points on New Sky, but we're just going to go for it. Right, let's do it. So, before start, checklist. Parking brake is set. Takeoff speeds and thrust 58, 58, 58, 60 degrees of flex. Windows are closed, and the door is also closed. Beacon lights we shall turn on. External power we can turn off as well, and we'll go ahead and come to the ground services, and we'll get the GPU out of the way and the chocks. Lovely stuff. Right, cool. Just waiting for the tug to make an appearance. Oh, here he is. Not speaking to me though. Ignorant. Not sure if the sounds are balked on. Clearly something happened regarding my sound, my audio devices on my computer.
We are ready for pushback.
Oh no, I can hear him now. Okay, good. Here we go, guys. Fuzzair. First ever flight. How do you re-download the A320 Neo? Go to the same link that you did previous. I'll drop the link in the chat. That's for the A320, the updated version. Who's a handling operator? Well, unfortunately, we don't have a choice for a blank operator here on GSX. It would be Airbus at this airport, but we don't have that option in GSX, so never mind. Right, we are going to go tail to the left.
Release parking brakes.
Full start checklist is complete. Let's go. Parking brake released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Get transponder on. Right, engine mode selected to ignition starts. Go for engine start on number 2. First ever wing view in the Fuzzair livery, starting the engines. The fault has gone, hasn't it? I did clear it, Stephen, so that's why it's actually disappeared now, but it might still be there. Are we on VATSIM? We're not on VATSIM today, no, Matt Ressa. We are on multiplayer, though, if you want to join. Of course, Matt Ressa, yeah. Yep. I've turned us the wrong way. It's tailed to the left from the pushback tug driver's perspective. Never mind, we'll have to taxi forward and round. Got to restart the chrono for that. Okay, engine 2 is available. Let's start engine 1. Lovely stuff. I'm guessing they're using different scenery. That's why they're at such a high elevation. Valentino, welcome to the chat. The details of the flight, it's all up at the top there. Just
set parking brakes.
Up there. Right, parking brake is set.
To ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Yeah, so if you look at your ground speed here, this is what GSX is doing. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that before. That's why you get a penalty on New Sky. Oh, baby, I've forgotten the fuel pumps. We're lucky one of the engines actually started there. Oopsies. Right, engine 1 is available. Cool. Right, ignore the sounds, chat. They will go away. Right, engine mode selected to norm. We'll set the spoilers to armed. We'll set the flaps to 3.
Unlocking gear. Tow track disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear.
Yeah, really happy with this. Looks really, really nice, doesn't it, chat? Right. Okie doke. So we've got brakes hot there. That's, again, just because of GSX. So we'll just go ahead and clear that guy. Right. Cool. Let's just check the ECAM status. Yeah, we've still got the cabin zone at fixed temperature. So that, yeah. Let's see. It's doing an okay temperature though, so it's not exactly burning the passengers alive, so that's fine. Right, so Djibouti selector is in normal. Ecam status is checked. Flight controls, full left, full right, and neutral, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, and back to neutral. Auto brake can go to max. FCU is set. Coming up above, APU bleed can come off. APU master can come off as well. We're clear for the taxi. We'll get the nose lights on and the after start checklist. Engine anti-ice. After start checklist. Anti-ice not required. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is set to, well, 0, but that would equate to about 27 percentages. Let's just check that there on the fuel prediction. 28.7 actually. Yeah, okay. That's just me reading it wrong. 28.7%, and rudder trim is neutral. After start check is complete. Let's go. Parking brake released. Let's go. Hello? There we go. Need a bit more thrust there to break away. So there she is, Matrasso. Yeah, I'm really pleased with it. Really pleased with it. Right. Okie dokie. Do a takeoff config check. Right, radar and predictive wind shear can come on. Slow down for this rather sharp turn here. What does that say on the ground there? Aircraft only. Think we qualify? Ralu, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. How did I center the camera so perfectly? I'm using the drone camera. Got our colleagues down there as well. Love to see it. Some of them have already departed over yonder. Can't believe we got a fault on our brand new aircraft chat. But yes, Ralu, to answer your question in a bit more detail, so if I open the drone camera, I'll reset the drone camera to normal view. So this is the drone camera. Basically just put the, just tilt, what I usually do is I just tilt the camera down, turn on lock mode with the keybind, and there you go. So if I bring up the cameras panel, see I'm using lock mode here. You can toggle that on and off with the controller, like that. Hopefully that helps. Leeds Airport is nice. Yeah, it's not a bad scenery. I mean, as far as sceneries goes, quality-wise, it is quite good. There are some inaccuracies, unfortunately, compared to the real airport, and it is quite a dated scenery now. It could do with a bit of an update in terms of the ground markings, especially, and you know, in quite a few other areas. But all in all, it is quite a nice scenery. Right, so taxi checklist. Flight controls are checked. Flap setting is config 3. Radar and predictive wind shear on and auto. Engine mode selector is in norm and EGNM mode. Takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Thomas Rask, beautiful. Stian in the fantastic A320NX. Missing a nose gear for some reason. I want to get that looked at. Space between departures 2 minutes. Yes. Yeah, that's about right. I know. You know what we didn't do though, chat, is we didn't actually check the flight plan on the ND, did we? So let's just go back here. That's probably the main point of concern. Let's see what that F looks like. Oh, it doesn't look too great, does it? It doesn't look too great, but the waypoints are there in the right spots. We're missing one, actually, after LL20. Right, we'll have to fix that once we're up in the air. But, yeah. Those turns, though, it should probably be based on the cruise speed, so we should be able to get the turns a little bit tighter than that. So I don't think it's going to be quite as skew whiff as that. Marasa's downloaded delivery, very good. Hope you all join the airline as well. Let's see if there's any more people that need approving. There is. Unit 1 approved. Will I find the fuzz for the 737? Not yet, no. Not yet. Maybe in the future, but not just yet, unfortunately. Sunny Stanny, but welcome to the chat nevertheless. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Could I make a delivery into a file instead of a page so that it's easier to download to the community folder? I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest. If you click on that page and then click download, then it should download a file for you. Do you mean bypassing flightsim.to? Is that what you mean? NPS says, today I look at live flight spotting from Houston, Antonov 124 flight to Anchorage, Big Jet TV. Yeah, I saw that on my my YouTube homepage, actually. I didn't watch it, but I might watch that back at a later stage. Yes, that looks pretty cool. The F looks like a big mess on the fly-by-wire. Yeah, it probably will do, but if you slow down for the turns, it should be able to make it a bit better. But I mean, this is a bit of an experiment, to be honest, because I've not had chance to really test it, so it might go wrong. But I mean, if it does start to go really poorly, then we'll just abandon ship. But nevertheless, if you guys are on Valanta and you want to actually watch us draw out that F, you're more than welcome to add me. Is delivery also usable for the fly-by-wire? Yes, there's a fly-by-wire version and a Fenix version, Matrasso, yeah. Roy says the new sky is causing a black screen in the sim if after a minute the sim crashes. Oh, okay, Roy, if you have any issues with that stuff like that, let's just come to a stop here. If you have any issues with stuff like that, and this applies to anyone who's using new sky currently, if you have any issues with the interface of the sim going funny and you're not being able to click and move around easily, or you get a black screen or any other issues, it might be regarding the new sky overlay. So it actually installs an overlay as well. Well, an overlay runs at the same time. So if you go to your account and go to settings, then go to overlay, and you can actually disable it here. And you might want to do that if it's causing issues. I had a few issues with it myself, so I actually disabled it. So you might be worth doing that if you're having issues with it. Right. Beautiful. Love to see it. Right. Okay, lineup checklist, takeoff runways 32 left. That is confirmed. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2 are on. Lineup checklist complete. Is there anyone coming in? There is not. Let's go, chats. Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Have they not finished your Airbus, Thomas? What the hell? Flight stick appears to be missing. That is a big problem. That is a big problem. Can you nick the flight stick from the other side? Are we all going to be late on our first flights here, chat? Oh my god, I'm on plus 41. Oh dear. These are the current flights that are booked in. That's us right there, plus 41. Bendover's doing well though. So is Captain Raven. Both doing fine. And we've got another 3 as well that are scheduled. Very good. Love to see it, chat. Love to see it. I'm pretty sure what I can also do is you can actually also go to... If you go to the airline page... Go to the airline page on New Sky, which is this. And you click on... maybe not. Oh yeah, is this it? Fairly certain. You pan the map. Okay, maybe not. It doesn't work. I thought it would show up active flights on here, but I think that only works if you've got schedules in place. Anyway, we carry on. Steven's joined as well. Alright, I'll just approve you very quickly. And then we're going to take off here. Steven is approved. Right, Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Lineup checklist is complete. Get the strobe lights on before we get penalised by the company. Landing lights can come on. Start the chrono. Engines up to 50%. Let's go, chats. Manflex 60 SRS runway auto thrust is blue. Airspeed alive flex sets. Oof, my rudders. Need to calm down with the rudder inputs here. V1, rotate. Oh! Nav, positive rate, gear up. Oh my days. My rudder pedals were doing something very bizarre there, so I'll have to excuse that rather bizarre drop of the wing there on the rotation. Lever climb, auto thrust. We're above the F speed. Let's get the flaps to 2. Speed is checked. Right, and flaps to 1. Speed is checked. Reset that chrono. We'll disarm the ground spoilers. We can get the nose lights off now as well. Release the cabin crew. Passengers need free drinks. Yeah, certainly. Right, this departure is very straightforward here. There's not that much point in even hand flying it because there's hardly any hand flying to do. AP2. Oh, such a buttery smooth frame rate when I'm not on VATSIM. So nice. Right. Coming up to that S speed. Let's go to flaps 0. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's Toulouse behind us. Fuzzair, guys. Whew. Love it. It's turned out so nicely. Right, we're probably coming up to a level off fairly soon. We are indeed. Let's just clear ourselves up to our cruising flight level. And we'll set standards. So flight level 320 is blue. Standard is set 360 even, wasn't it? Right, lovely. We're off. Yeah, big fan of this cabin, to be honest. I'm glad I came up with the white for the seats. I was very unsure about what to do for the seats, to be honest, but pretty nice. Yeah, I'm so pleased to be able to finally share this with you guys. It's been such a long time in the making, it feels like, at this point. So, someone asked earlier, can you use the fuzzair on VATSIM? Yes, you can, yeah. Yeah, you just got to make sure that if you use New Sky and generate an OFP through New Sky, it will actually put in the remarks section of the VATSIM flight plan. But you just double check. Flight level 100, landing lights off, seatbelt signs off. But yeah, just double check whenever you file it on VATSIM that in the remarks section on the VATSIM flight plan that you've put in. Like, if you generate the OFP, like I say, through New Sky, and then file it through New Sky, it should put in Callsign fuzzy in the bottom there. And the code you want to use is Foxtrot Uniform Zulu. Again, that should be automatically put in to the flight plan when you generate it. Yeah, just scroll down to the remarks section and make sure that that is in there, because otherwise the controller's just going to be really confused when you say fuzzy on the network. Is that part of a wing I see back on the runway? Oh, it might be too late to see now. Could have been. I don't know. It might have been an aircraft that's not rendered in properly. Maybe. Maybe. That was a nice goodbye wave to the employees of Airbus. Yes, let's just call it that. Let's just say it was a goodbye wave. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with my rudders, chat. It just, sometimes my rudder pedals just go super, super loose, and it just becomes really, really difficult to like keep it in a straight line, and you end up overcorrecting loads, and it's really annoying, really. But that's what you get for cheaping out on rudder pedals. Right, let's see then. So, flights we've got today. We've got... oh, everybody... 3 out of the 6 flights that are going, they're all in the lovely stuff. The special livery. I love to see it. That's brilliant. And then we've got Captain Raven in Fusili in the A320. Bend over in the in Fuzz Aldrin, and myself in Fuzz Lightyear. Very nice. Very nice. Looks like I'm going to be the 3rd to arrive, though. Just looking here. 41 minutes behind schedule. Crikey. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. I mean, we could put up our cost index to try and recuperate some of that time. It's probably not going to help by much, but let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just put in our late cost index. We'll bump it up to stay... let's just do 70, maybe. It's just going to give us slightly higher speed, although we might not have even been at the final climb speed just yet. But hey ho, hopefully that helps us a little bit. Beautiful. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okie dokie. So pleased. Looking forward to doing the flight on VATSIM though, on fuzzair. We'll do that on Tuesday probably. At Leeds Airport, mostly based for Jet2 and Ryanair. It is, yeah. Jet2 are based at Leeds, yeah. They've got their headquarters there. Well, at least they did do. At least they did used to. Oh, I see, Stephen. Sorry, I'm. Yeah, sorry, I'm just distracted. I'm glad you like it, guys. I'm glad you like it. Make sure you leave a thumbs up on the flightsim.to page as well. If you've downloaded it and you like it. Leave a rating, etc. Amazing work by Miggle. What was I doing the other day at the airport? Says Matt Rasso. So I have a client that was doing a... So one of my clients that I do... as you guys may or may not know, I am an architectural photographer. As my sort of professional job, day job, if you like. One of my clients is a company that provides sort of modular buildings, and some of them are temporary, some of them are permanent. It varies. So basically they're providing a lot of buildings, a lot of temporary buildings for... I don't know if you guys have read about Mace, who is doing the Terminal 2 revamp, basically. They're part of... Well, they're the main construction company that are doing the Terminal 2 revamp at Manchester Airport. And my client is providing them some buildings to use for basically welfare, essentially, and planning, etc. So I was there to photograph those installations. Most of it was on the landside part of the airport, but there was actually a small unit that was on the airside part of the airport, which was very, very exciting for me, as you guys can probably imagine. So I obviously photographed the landside part and then went over to the airside. So I actually went all the way through Terminal 2, which is currently an absolute building site. It looks crazy inside. Totally different, obviously, to how it previously looked, because it's basically a building site. They've ripped out all the wall panels, all the ceiling panels. It just looks almost unrecognizable to how it used to look inside Terminal 2. And that was quite an experience in itself. And walked all the way through the terminal, straight through into the... basically down the steps that the staff would use to access the gate on the ground externally. And there was actually a few different gates at the installation was spread over. I say installation, it's basically the area they're using for, you know, storing things and whatnot. But it was basically centered around stand 210 at Manchester Airport. And there was some buildings that I actually have. I mean, I can't really show you guys many of the photos because I've not really had a chance to edit them yet or really do anything with them. But I did edit one of the photos, which was probably one of my favorite photos from the shoot. So I'll share that with you. I'll show you guys in a second. But so because the actual area for where the in fact, I'll just show you the photo. It's probably easier for context. So I'll bring it up on the fuzz pad. So this is one of the photos I came out with for the day. It's not finished yet. The general balancing is done now, but there is some, like, you know, for example, my bag is still in the photo, or one of my bags anyway, and this box and other stuff that I either forgot to move or couldn't move whilst I was on site. Like stuff like that I'll probably edit out. So there's still stuff like that to do, but yeah, so basically the whole site is, obviously you can't see the full scope of what the site is here, but this is the modular building here. And then there was like a fenced off part all the way around the gate. It kind of went up like that and then across a bit more. And so when you're on the ground stood down here, it's actually very difficult to show the context that you're actually in an airport, because of this fencing is very, very tall. It's probably maybe about 15 feet high, maybe a bit taller. So I actually managed to convince the site manager to let me go into a cherry picker. So on this shot here, I'm probably about, I don't know, I can't, the max height for the cherry picker was about 150 feet. I think at this point we're about 100 feet in the air on the cherry picker. And it was much easier to get a shot showing the airport. And we actually got super, super lucky with the timing of everything. And then we managed to get this Qatar 777 departing from... they actually pushed back over here and taxied around this way. So we got super, super lucky with that. And we got this nice little tug driving past as well for context. So, yeah, it turned out really well, I think. There was a TUI 787 parked here as well. So it still would have been a good shot, I think, without the Qatar, but the Qatar just adds to it, and it just looks huge, doesn't it? Like, we were pretty close to that taxiway from where we were stood. Obviously this is a wide angle shot, so it doesn't look quite as big as what it did do to the eyes, but even, you know, 100 feet in the air and right at the back of this stand here, this guy, big plane, as you guys know, 777s are. And it was actually a unique Qatar livery as well. I've not seen this one before, but it's just painted... It's white, basically, but it doesn't have any of the grey paint on it like they normally do. And it's just got, obviously, the branding on there. So I've not seen that one before. So, yeah, that's essentially what I was doing. And that's really the only photo I've got that's edited. Once I've been through them all, I'll probably share some more of them with you, because there's some quite unique perspectives of the airport that you just really cannot get. From being in the terminal, from being on the ground. And I actually, for another shot, we actually went sort of... There's another little bit just over here, just off to the side, where we went back and we took an image looking sort of this way towards these buildings. And then behind the camera here is Terminal 2, and it's got the big Manchester letters across the top of it. So I wanted to get that, but from the ground you couldn't see the Manchester lettering. So we actually went up to the full max height in the cherry picker, which I'm not going to lie, I was flapping a little bit. I was a little bit, I was shaking a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It is very unnerving being on a cherry picker when it's bouncing around and there's gusts of wind. And I'm holding a camera, quite a heavy camera as well, and trying to, you know, maneuver around the cherry picker with my camera gear, my bag below me as well. I didn't have a lot of room for my feet. So we went up to like 150 feet in this cherry picker, and I got another shot looking back this way, which is super, super unique perspective that you'd have only be able to get from a cherry picker. Obviously, you can't use a drone at an airport, so that wouldn't have worked. So yeah, and then I did take some other photos all around as well, just looking across the airport, just again for context and for my own personal interest while I was there. So yeah, I'll share them with you guys once they're a bit more ready. But yeah, that's what I was doing essentially. There was a bunch of other stuff that I photographed as well whilst I was there, which is considerably more boring, but yeah, that's it. Laurid, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Thank you very much for the 10 months of your silver membership. Much appreciated, my friends. Thank you, thank you. Welcome indeed. Welcome to the fuzzair livery. That's your name right there. Yeah, fuzzair launched today, my friends, if you've not guessed. Do I have shots of inside? I do, Stian. Yes, I do. But then I've not done any work on those yet, so I'm not going to show those just yet. But if you wonder what they're like inside, to be honest, you've just got to imagine like an office, like a normal office. It depends because they are modular and they can be adapted to various different setups. But you'd be surprised at how well equipped they are. It's basically just like a normal building inside. They're properly fitted out, with like carpets. They've got plumbing, electricity. They're fully fitted out. They're just like a normal building inside, basically. Like, for example, the one on the land side part, it was like 4 stories high. And it was like because that unit there was only made up of 4 individual modules. And the one on the land side was made up of something like, probably about 100 units. It was much, much bigger. But inside there, they had like a full canteen, like offices, meeting rooms, multiple toilet facilities, a drying room, a huge drying room with lockers and changing rooms and things like that. Reception desk, all sorts of stuff. So it's just very much like a normal office building. But I have also done some, it's interesting because this company does modular buildings. And, I've done some work for them down at a hospital. And, inside it's just like a hospital, like a normal hospital. It's pretty incredible. The names inside. Oh, yeah, you might not have seen that, Mara. So, yeah. So, in this main little... Oops. In this main little area where you come in... Of course, got the branding here on the flight attendant's control panel here. With a nice shine on the screen. I'm showing you this stuff. I showed everyone earlier because it took me ages to work that out. And then we've got like this wall, which is going to be for any channel members who've been a channel member for longer than a month. Basically, it doesn't matter on your level, but you get your name put on there. So yeah, I initially thought about putting them on these walls, but it looked a little bit strange because of the chairs, and yeah, it just didn't look right. But yeah, fully customized interior mattress, so very, very lovely. I'm very happy with it. The Qatar livery color also reminds me of the modules. Yeah, it is like a very, very similar color, isn't it, to the modules? Yeah. Sounds like a full day at the office. It was, yeah, it was very fun. It was tiring, but fun. Like I said earlier on today, I think I did about nearly 12 kilometers walking distance for that job. That's the most I've done on a job for a long time. Roy says, do I also do artist impressions in a 3D app? No, I don't do anything like that, no. No, but to be honest, I have considered trying to look into doing it, to be honest, because, like, for example, as an example, IKEA, obviously a huge furniture manufacturer, which traditionally would require someone like myself to come in and do, you know how they set up the rooms in the storeroom, in the stores, and they have it all laid out like a real room, and you know they have that stuff. Traditionally they would have it photographed, and they would use that in the brochures and whatnot. But over the last few years, IKEA, believe it or not, all of their imagery that they use, and we're really struggling to get up to 360 here, aren't we? 500 feet per minute, crikey, this was so heavy. 68.4 tons. Yeah, so IKEA actually use 3D renders for all of their imagery that you see, which is just crazy, to be honest. It's because you can get 3D renders to look so good these days. But it is something, to be honest, that is kind of interesting, because, you know, there are some projects where I feel like, yeah, maybe we could do that as a 3D render, or maybe we could add elements to this image that have been 3D rendered and put into the image, and it just finishes it off. Like, sometimes I go to a project where there's certain elements missing, but they've chosen to photograph it already because they can't photograph it at any other time, but, you know, certain pieces of furniture or whatever has been delayed. So it could be kind of useful. Mac Alt-Star. Super Gamer's just got VATSIM. Very good. Very good. Well, I'll hopefully see you on the network sometime soon. I did see a message earlier on, by the way. I've just... many messages today. Love using Blender. Yeah, I mean, I've used a little bit of Blender, but it's obviously worlds away from Photoshop, so I didn't really have too much time to put into it, but I have attempted to use it before. Right, 1 second. Let me just fix this light real quick. Right. Fixed it. Okay. I'm absolutely roasting. Oof, right. What app do I use to edit my pictures? I use a combination of Adobe Lightroom and Adobe Photoshop. Depends on what's required, to be honest. Mostly it's Lightroom, excuse me, but I do use Photoshop pretty extensively on some shots. Depends on the shot, really. Steven says, I've been doing some rendering work lately. It's a lot of fun but challenging to get things looking realistic. Lighting is huge and textures are complicated. Yeah, it does look like a whole nother kettle of fish, to be honest. It looks fun, but yeah. Substance Painter sounds like quite a cool one to get into, to be honest. It sounds like you can do some really cool stuff with that. It's really great what you can do with the free app with Blender. Yeah, it is really, really cool. It is really, really cool. Yeah, I mean, there are some great apps out there for creating visual content. Obviously, you've got DaVinci Resolve for video, Blender. There's GIMP as well, which is like Photoshop, isn't it? So much stuff out there these days. It's great. Is there anything? What are you working on? What are you modeling, Roy? And same question to Stian. How can you see your landing rate in Microsoft Flight Simulator? There's multiple ways to do that, future pilots. Many. Yeah, there's quite a lot of ways you can do that. So if you're using New Sky, which we're using today, you can see it through there. You can see it through SimToolkitPro. You can see it through Volanta. You can see it through an app called G's. There's many. You'll need to do a bit of Googling, to be honest. I would recommend just Googling show landing rate Microsoft Flight Simulator, because there's quite a few different ways to approach it, and different sort of applications that will have other added benefits too. Can anyone join fuzzair? Do you need to fly sometimes, or is it just fly when you want? Just yeah, the latter, Adam. So yeah, just when you want, and anyone can join. Yes. Yep. No restrictions. Which reminds me, let's see, have we got any new pilots to approve? We do not. How do you communicate with ATC in multiplayer? So you would use it in-game ATC, but I don't really use it, to be honest with you, because I don't rate it. It doesn't really work very well. So I just generally stick to not using ATC at all. Oh, on Xbox Future Pilot. Oh, I see. Okay, Xbox, I'm not sure there is anything you can do there, Future Pilot, unfortunately. I'm not aware of any options. Someone else in the chat might know, but I'm pretty sure there aren't anything. There isn't any options for that in Xbox. The best thing that you can do is to use a, you know, obviously if you do one of the landing challenges, it'll show you in there. But other than that, I'm not aware of any, unfortunately. Right, let's see where we're at then. Currently. So we're currently over France, obviously. And just passed over Bellac. Yeah, a relatively unknown area of France to me, this. Looking forward to seeing how this F turns out. This is how it should look. This is a bit easier to see on Volanta. There's the F. And it looks like we've got quite a bit of gnarly weather coming over the UK, which we might just dodge, but there we go. Oh, is that one of you guys in the chat there who's come from Fuerteventura? I think it was, wasn't it, right? But guys, if you want to follow this flight on Volanta, you're more than welcome to add me. And when we draw out this F, you should be able to see that if you track the flight, which should be quite cool. Right, speaking of which, let's have a look. So, when we're coming down to start this F, we want to be at, I'm thinking 12,000 feet is going to work for us, flight level 120. So we'll put that in there. And we want to stay level, don't we? So we'll come to LL01 and we'll put 120 in there as well. Right, cool. So we're missing a fix as well, weren't we? So let's see if we can fix that one as well. I'm sure I put them all in. I went through it so... I was checking all my working all the way. So this one should be... 214, sorry, it should be 5347000214. 5347000214. Okay, that's correct. So yes, we did miss one. We did miss one. Right, so we want north 5347/west 00220. And we want that to go there. Right, let's see if that looks a bit better. Yes. Yes, that's better. Yeah, it looks much better, doesn't it? Right, and let's see what happens if we come in here. Let's just check on our perf page. So clean speed 237. That's so fast. Oh, looks like we'll probably go down to flap. We'll go to flap 2, I think, for this procedure. 146 is going to be the F speed. So we'll set 146 as a speed constraint there. This might not work out properly, but let's just see. 146. Right. Let's see if that changes how it draws it. It probably doesn't, but... I don't know, it does look a bit better, doesn't it? Yeah, it does look quite a bit better, actually. Still not perfect, mind, but... Maybe I should have drawn it bigger, but I didn't want to... Originally, I was going to fly the full word, the full fuzzair. But that would have taken... At least, I think I calculated about 4.5 hours just to draw the whole word, so I decided against that. And to be honest, on top of that, after I read the CDU, the FMC guide for this FMC, I was under the impression you could only put in up to 20 of these LL waypoints, but it looks like you can actually do more than that. So that's another reason why I didn't do the whole fuzzair word, but... Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we go a bit slower than that. Let's see if we can get those corners a bit sharper, shall we? What's our VAP? 138. Okay, so F speed is not that much faster. Not that much faster, is it, really? So it's probably not going to make too much of a difference if we do, like, say, 140. Yeah, not really. Okay. We'll just stick with 146 then, I think. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Modelling pump tracks. Interesting. Interesting, Stian. Not actually sure what a pump track would actually be, to be quite honest with you. But this sounds interesting nevertheless. So you can't communicate with ATC in multiplayer. Well, it depends what kind of ATC you're looking to communicate from. You can communicate, you can use the in-sim ATC on multiplayer, but like I say, it doesn't really work very well regardless of whether you're on multiplayer or not, in my opinion. At the moment, you're modelling the Great Hotel in Maastricht Action Airport. Oh, very good, Roy. Oh, so are you contributing to that project that you linked me to the other day? Matt Rasso's joined fuzzair. Very good. I'll make sure I approve you, kind sir. There we go. Matt Moore approved. In-game ATC is really bad, says Hitesh. I use it on ground for takeoff clearance so that it records my takeoff, otherwise it does not record. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. I thought it did record even if you didn't do the ATC. Oh, that's interesting. That's probably why my logbook's so low on hours then. But yeah, it's definitely buggy with the altitudes, 100%. Gives you terrible altitudes. It's horrible, especially on descent. It's really, really bad. Sometimes it asks you to do a massive climb after you've already descended loads. It's madness. Don't know how to delete a flight in NewSky. How do you do that? I'm not sure, Roy, actually. That might be one for the wiki. Let me just have a quick... Oh, on the My Flights page. It should be on there. You might have to disconnect. You might not be able to do it through the app, though, if it's connected to the sim, maybe. But it should be on the My Flights page, according to the wiki. But yeah, maybe it doesn't give you the option if you're currently on a flight that you've started and it's tracking, potentially. I'm not 100% sure. I've not had to do that yet, unfortunately. Or fortunately, should I say. Yeah, exactly, MPS, yeah. Multiplayer can be a bit chaotic with how people behave. Paul says, still getting calibrated null zones in the Fenix with the Airbus stick. How do you factory reset side stick? Tried 8% null zones. Oh, that's very strange, Paul. Very strange. Are you using the up-to-date drivers from Thrustmaster? That's also another thing to check. So if you go to your... If you open your start... I'll just show on the fuzzpad, actually. So if you open up the start menu on Windows and type in Joy, J-O-Y, and then it should bring up this result here, set up USB game controllers. Click on that, and then open up... I don't have the side stick installed, but it's the same drivers for this. So if you open up... I think it's the same drivers anyway. I might be wrong about that, but it's the same sort of control panel. So if you double-click on this, then you can see your... firmware version and the driver version there, firmware and driver. Check for update never really works that well for me, so I just go to the Thrustmaster website and then just check what the latest version is on there. Maybe that might help as well, potentially. You should be able to, well, I don't think there's a way to factory reset it as such, but you should be able to just reset your settings to default in Microsoft Flight Simulator on the controller profile for it. That's one thing you can do, and then obviously you can check through the drivers as well, and if you install them, then I suppose it's like a factory reset, but that might be another thing to check. Jason, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Pump tracks for biking or skateboarding. You can send a few pictures in the Discord. Yeah, do it. Do it. Pump tracks for biking or skateboarding. Interesting. I can't quite picture what that would be, to be honest. Volanta requests. There we go. Done. On flight page, there's no delete function. Yeah, I'm not sure, Roy, on that one. I would potentially go and... I'm sure I saw something about this in the Discord. Oh, apparently, if you just close the app, Roy, it should delete it automatically. Potentially. Yeah, don't worry about it, Roy. We'll get it sorted. I'll speak if you can't find any way to do it. I'll speak to the developer and see if we can get it deleted. Look at this though, chat. You can actually go onto from home on New Sky. You click on the map. You can see all the flights on New Sky currently. That's super cool. So that's Stefan. That's us. It's got our F in there as well. There's someone else doing. Who else is doing the F? Oh, they're going to what airport is that? EGW. Luton. That's it. Very good. Why are these people green? What does that mean? Oh, that's a scheduled flight. I see. I see. Oh, I've got another fuzzair over here. Bend over, going to Gothenburg. Love to see it. That's super cool. Oh, we've got Captain Raven in the lead here, just crossing the south coast of the UK. British Isles. Love it. Love it. That's a super nice map, that. Oh, you could show clouds as well. Crikey. That's cool. You do a globe as well. Okay, that's just a projection. Never mind. Right, yeah, very good. Enjoy that. Very, very nice. Maybe we can search here. Let's see. Fuzz. There's 4 fuzz flights on the go. Love to see it. It's very, very nice. The only thing I've noticed, though, is if you generate an OFP through New Sky, it seems to not put an EATA code in there for the flight number. But I suppose that's not the end of the world. Very good. Right. I'm doing very well. Yeah, thank you for asking, Jason. Thank you for asking. Quizzy, welcome to the chat. Can I show delivery from the outside? Oh, of course I can. Of course. There she is. Let's just reset the view real quick and get this nice and centered up. There she is. I'll just do this. You can see it in full. Oh no, your game crashed as well, Raven. Crikey. Dear, oh dear. What is going on today? Are there some requirements to join the airline? No, Jason. No, anyone can join. Thank you very much, Quizzy. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've had a lot of good feedback on it, and I mean, obviously you guys as well. I've got you guys to thank as well for the inspiration on various different elements. But it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. We have an interior as well. Boom. So we've got the channel members wall here initially. We've got some nice fresh controls here for the cabin crew as well. We've got the blue seat belts. We've got the white leather. We got the cabin cards. We've got the little signs there reminding you to keep your seatbelt on. And we've got the decal safety cards. Safety cards. Which you can actually read the whole thing. You can actually come in, and if you get the camera just right, you can read them, which is super cool. And then we've got the little blue inlays as well. Yeah, really happy with it. Joe signed up to a fuzzair pilot. Anything I've missed operations-wise? No, not really. No, I mean, well, I've not really been through the full thing with everybody, really. So, just initially, we're just sort of using the default settings on New Sky. There will be probably some more SOPs put in place at a later stage, but standard SOPs for now are just, the standard ones, which we'll all be used to. So, nav lights on the ground when you're in the aircraft. Beacon light on before you start moving. Landing lights off above 10,000 feet. Strobe lights on a runway. Gear retracted within timely manner after taking off. Stabilized approach by 1,000 feet. You want to be fully ready for, fully configured for a landing by 1,000 feet. And then New Sky will also add some weighting to your points for each flight based on how good your landing is, whether you're on centerline, how much you deviated from centerline on the approach, and also that. It will take into account the weather as well, so if it's very harsh weather, then it might be a little bit more lenient on you. And then obviously the timetable as well. You'll be graded on how well you do for the time. And I think that's about it, really. That's procedure-wise, but that's all standard stuff, really. That's all standard stuff. And I will accept you now as a pilot. Let's do it. Joe Coffin, accepted. Darren Perrott, accepted. Welcome. Yeah, Roy, I'm not sure on that one. I will speak to the developer, my friend. Sean says, do you have jalapeno Cheetos in England? No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I've not seen them. Cheetos aren't really a very widely spread thing in the UK, at least from what I've noticed. I don't really eat a lot of crisps, though, so I probably wouldn't be the best. Yeah, it's not really something that I would have perhaps paid that much attention to. Catch some rays. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Do you have to generate an OFP in New Sky? You don't, no. You don't. But if you do, so there's not really any reason not to generate a flight plan within New Sky, because what I've done is for this airline, I've set up each aircraft so it has its own custom SimBrief profile based on the Fenix and the fly-by-wire. So obviously, depending on what aircraft you choose, you'll get a different airframe that SimBrief will generate based on. But you don't have to generate an OFP in New Sky. You can generate it, through SimBrief, just on its own. But I've tried to make it so there's not really any reason to do that. to be honest. Alright, Rasso, no worries. I'll catch you again a little bit later on. We'll still be flying for a little while here. Let me just check real quick. There we go. Rover, I've got you on Volanta as well. Is my data off? Ground looks generic. No. No? That definitely doesn't look generic for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Generic looks much, much worse than that in Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's hardly any texture detail on the generic textures. Yeah, definitely not generic. It's just because it's probably just because the type of area we're flying over. It's just a relatively flat and sort of farmlandy kind of area, north of France. So that's probably all it is. But no, I mean, we're on multiplayer, so data can't be off. Yeah, I've got me second guessing myself now, though, so... no, it's all on. Except for real-world air traffic, because I don't use it, so, yeah. Just out of interest, I'm intrigued to see what the difference is, actually, now. If this crashed my sim, though, I am going to be very upset. Where are we flying over now? We're just coming up to the north coast of France. Valentina. Ah, yeah. There we go. Oh, it does look very similar to the generic, actually, doesn't it? You can tell the difference, though. You can tell the difference. Yeah. Right. Let's just turn that back on now. Sorry, another question. Fuzzair is valid on VATSIM, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, so if you file your flight plan and you've generated the OFP through NewSky, it'll put a remark into your VATSIM flight plan for the call sign. But if you don't use NewSky for the OFP, I would recommend you do this anyway, regardless. Just go down to the remarks section and just make sure that it's noted in there what the call sign is, what the phonetic call sign is. Just make sure it says call sign fuzzy. And just make sure it's in there. But yeah, you can use it on VATSIM, yeah. We'll be doing a flight on Tuesday on VATSIM. Pump tracks in the Discord. Oh, right. Okay, let's have a look then. Oh, I see. Right. Okay, I get you. Right. So I was thinking of some kind of like mechanical part, but it's actually a kind of track. Oh, I see. Okay. Got you. That's super cool. That's super interesting. So I guess that's something that you do professionally then, right? Do you do something related to landscaping or something of that description? Here's a pump track, chat, if you're wondering. This is a pump track. But yeah, they're looking good. They're looking good. Right, chat. I am just going to take 2 minutes break. Get a glass of water and whatnot. I'll be back with you momentarily. Right. Hang fire. All right, we're back. Right. It's mostly to give a client an idea of how it looks easy to sell when they can visit. Yeah, I can imagine so, yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. I do a similar sort of thing. I mean, obviously, I don't send renders to my clients, but sometimes I'll send them previous projects that I've worked on that are fairly similar to what they're asking, and so that they can see what's what. Right, chat. Let's see where we're at then. No rush to really do the approach briefing and things like that at this moment in time. However, let's just go over yonder. Oh, baby. So currently overhead Le Havre and Rouen, which is what we saw just out the window there, just down there yonder. Very good. Passing the English Channel, and we're going to be coming up over the west of London, through Oxford, Birmingham, and up over Manchester. Now we're going to draw an F. I'm so intrigued to see how this is going to go, chat. So intrigued. So this is how it's going to go then, in terms of just a mini briefing. We're going to start our descent just shortly before this top of descent marker here. And we're going to descend to flight level 120. In fact, we'll probably start the descent a bit earlier, because we do need to slow down as well, don't we? So probably need about just over 10 miles to slow down. So if we actually just change this constraint, then let's just change this to, no, actually we don't change that. We'll just start descending a bit earlier, so that's fine. So we'll descend down to flight level 120 to reach by the first latitude and longitude waypoint, LL01. And then we're going to, before reaching that, we're going to start to slow down. We're basically just going to activate the approach phase at that point. We're going to configure to flaps 2. So we're flying the F speed, which is going to be 146 knots. And then we're going to fly the F, basically. And just so we can visualize this maybe a little bit better here, let's just bring it up on Navigraph. It's a little bit easier to see on there. That F looks a lot like the Facebook F. It does actually, doesn't it? It does, but unfortunately I didn't want to write the full fuzzair. I did have a flight plan which wrote out the full thing, but yeah, too long, unfortunately. Yeah, so we're going to look to get configured to flaps 2. Flaps 2 and the F speed, flight level 120 at this fix here. And then we're going to fly in nav, I think. Oh god, we've got another fault. This aircraft's faulty. Airbus has given us a faulty aircraft. We'll deal with it in a moment. So we're going to fly in nav mode. F speed around these first two fixes. In fact, we're going to fly all this in nav mode up to here, I think. And then we'll see how it does. But I think what I might do is, for this part here, potentially, I don't know if it'll actually work, to be honest. I don't think it'll be really making much of a difference, actually. I was going to say what I might do is disconnect the autopilot and just put a very small bank in, so it's flying like a constant turn to the right. But looking at it, I mean, it's still quite a nice curve regardless. Because essentially what it's going to do is, because there's, well, I mean, there's only two miles in between each of these, so it might just be flying almost a constant bank anyway. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll disconnect, but I think we'll probably fly it all in nav mode. And we'll judge how tightly it makes these first turns. And then we'll decide whether we need to slow down any more for these final turns, just so they're a bit sharper. And then we're going to come out the bottom of the F. And then we're going to make a left turn direct up to Leeds, Bradford. What we'll probably do, I think what might be an idea is we go... Maybe we'll go direct to Pole Hill. That's usually a fairly good point to approach Leeds, Bradford from. And then we'll give ourselves vectors from there onto runway 14. Speaking of which, let's just quickly check the weather here. Weather is still... Wind is still coming from the south-southeast. 2609 knots. So runway 15 still going to be applicable. So let's just go ahead and select... Sorry, runway 14. What am I on about? So there we go. So runway 14 for the ILS. We might as well brief it now whilst we're here. So we're going to fly the ILS DME Zulu for runway 14 Leeds Bradford. This is the 11-1 charts. Localizer is India Lima Bravo Foxtrot 110.9. Final approach course of 138 degrees. And the minimum's going to be 874 feet. Runway elevation 674 feet, a little bit lower down the airport itself at 681 feet. MSA highest in the north, in the southwest at 3,500, which reduces to 2,700 within 10 nautical miles. The ILS itself is actually a little bit steeper than normal. It's 3.5 degrees. So something to bear in mind. We might need to configure a little bit earlier there to keep the speed back. Platform altitude is 3,000 feet. It's interesting. We've actually got two final approach fixes here. So we've got this is the final approach fix if you're coming from the LBA NDB and coming back round. And then 7.5 is the final approach fix if you're on vectors. So 7.5 miles is going to be our final approach fix. Let's see, we've got a number 5 by radar. So that's what we're essentially doing by radar. So it's going to be 3.5 degrees down from 7.5. We've got a PAPI to the right of the runway. And if we need to go around it straight ahead to 2,000, then to 3,000 after a right turn back in towards the LBA NDB. And then to taxi in should be fairly straightforward again. We'll aim to vacate. Well, we can only vacate here at Delta. And then we'll taxi on up to a stand somewhere here on the apron. Probably stand 1, 2 or 1, 1, something like that. Which is conveniently located about here as well. Right, lovely. Interesting. Navigraph seems to have different weather to what we just looked at. It says 270 at 9 knots, but it's also saying that we'll have a tailwind. That's rather bizarre. Oh, actually, sorry, I'm just being completely dumb here. Yes, okay, so winds are 270, runway 32 is actually going to be more appropriate. Were the winds 180 earlier? I'm not sure where I've got that from. But anyway, it's let's redo that. Let's go again. So winds are 270, so we're actually going to use ILS 32. Which is going to be from the other end, obviously. So we'll do the normal NDB ILS DME for runway 32. 11-2. It is a little bit different, so we'll brief it again. So we've got 1109 ILF, 318. Runway elevation a little bit lower down at the runway 32 end. So the runway a little bit lower down than the airport elevation. MSA is the same. Go around procedure is the same. It's a right turn back to the locator. Main difference really is the line slope is 3 degrees here with a PAPI to the left of the runway and the minimum 862 feet. That's the only difference really. So yeah, we'll do 3-2. Not sure where I got the other one from. Anyway, that's that. So we've got a flight control ELAC 2 fault. So ECAM actions, ELAC 2 off, then on. So ELAC 2 fault, let's turn that off. And back on. Fault light is extinguished. Fault cleared. Lovely. Well, that worked out fairly easily and alright for us, didn't it? Right, so let's just change ILS 32. No start. No via. Cool, that's fine. No worries. Dio, welcome to the chat. Sorry I missed you. Starting an internship tomorrow. Beautiful. Amazing, dude. Well, I hope it all goes well for you. And are you still here? I don't know if you're still here, but nevertheless, I hope it all goes well for you. If I've missed you, hopefully you see this again. But yeah, I hope it all goes well for you, my dude. And congratulations. Oh, you are still here. Amazing. Am I flying to the hub? Yes, we are. Flying to Leeds, Bradford. Yeah. Not terribly far off now, actually. Let's see. Do we have any new pilots? I think someone said that they'd... Oh, we've got 2 new pilots. Jason, accepted. Dennis, accepted. Welcome. Beautiful. Right. Shall I do some landing perf? We might as well. We've got time. So it's going to be 3-2. Runway is dry. We'll apply the METAR. And our landing weight is going to be 64.3. Pretty weighty. Oh my days. So we can't use low auto brake, we can use medium. That's just going to be enough. Reverse is not going to do anything for us. Flap full, auto thrust off will reduce our landing distance slightly. Oh crikey. No messing around on this landing, no floating. That being said, Leeds Bradford does have a fairly big slope to the runway as well, 0.163%. It will be uphill though, unfortunately for us. Right, that's going to be interesting, chat. Very cloudy over the UK. Very, very cloudy indeed. Show you the livery with great pleasure, Dio. With great pleasure. Here we go. There she is. I'll hide me. Thank you very much, dear. I'm so glad that everybody likes it. I'm so glad. We've also got the registration under the wing as well, which is quite a nice little touch. And we also have an interior as well. I bet everyone in the chat's getting bored of this now. We've got the nice little yellow on the flap track fairings. Nice little interior. Safety cards. Oh, Siri, please, no. And the members wall. Yeah, very pleased with it. Very pleased. Darren, so when do we get? I'd love to see it and see fuzzair flying in FSLTL. Love to see it. That could be a next one. Yeah. That would be a good one, actually, I think. And fuzzair in FSLTL. So I'm not sure about that, actually. I did ask FSLTL about it, and they do have some restrictions in place regarding what virtual airlines they can let onto the pack, because otherwise they would just have tons, wouldn't they? But yeah, I'm still sort of need to speak to them about that, to be honest. At the moment, you have to be a VATSIM partner virtual airline, which has some minimum requirements to make, which we can't meet currently because we are brand new virtual airline. But if we're successful and we are flying for a good amount of time, at least 6 months, then we should be able to apply to be a partner on VATSIM, and then we would meet that criteria. But someone in the dev chat did allude to potentially being able to allow it to be added because of the contributions I've made to that project, but that's still ongoing, that discussion. Interiors details as well. Yeah, I'm really happy with the interior. Yeah, so it was Miggle that did the livery. Miggle, who posted it on flightsim.to, they did the externals. And then I did the interior, which was, it's not that complex, but it took me ages. Awesome view back here, flying 100 feet above Nathan and right behind. Crikey, that's amazing, dude. That's super cool. Let's see, can I see you? Oh, I can't see Nathan anymore for whatever reason. Roy's back in the air though, love to see it. Yeah, I can't see Nathan for some reason anymore. I could see Nathan earlier on, but... yeah, that's true, Stian. That's true. Maybe I'll have a word with VATSIM and see what they want to say about it. What are these nameplates? These are the nameplates that come with Flow Pro. You can put them on here. Sorry, on here. And you can also toggle all the data as well, which is quite cool. Only show friends, force uppercase. You can even change the colours and stuff, but I've not really messed with that personally. Different colour day and night, which is a nice little touch. Hey, Dio, dude, thank you so much for the 5 Swiss francs. Much appreciated. It's a start with your new company. I could work for you as an accountant. Yeah, I mean, we're hiring. We're hiring. Yeah, that's amazing, dude. Thank you very much for the super chat there. Much appreciated. Next week we have Sim Update 12 and maybe also a ESSA Sobo Sharp Edge bug fix, so we don't need to use the freeware patch. Oh, very nice. Very nice. That'd be great. There's an A320 just crossing underneath us there. But yeah, Sim Update 12 next week, guys. Very exciting. Very exciting. Very interested to see what the final patch notes is going to be. I am also... I'm looking forward to the fix. They made it so it loads the sim quicker, which I'm super excited about, to be honest, because I spend so much time closing and reopening the sim. Nathan can see Bobby and Steven look cool from below. Oh, very good, Nathan. Hey, did I miss you then? I don't think I see you, but... yeah, maybe that's Microsoft Flight Simulator being silly. ESSA is fixed. Oh, very good. Which airport is ESSA? I've completely forgotten. It's Stockholm Arlanda, isn't it, actually? Amazing, Nathan. Amazing. It's a shame I can't see you for some reason. The developer from New Skies just messaged me about, he just saw my flight plan with the big F in it. Lovely. I'm hoping this F turns out well, though, chat. I'm hoping it does. Nathan's just passing London. Oh, very good. So you're pretty close to me then, right? Aren't you? Pretty sure we should be just northwest of London, I think. Yeah, just over Oxford. I'm waiting for the release of the Arlanda Journal version. Yeah, Arlanda Journal. Yeah, that's Marcus Nyberg. Yeah, that should be absolutely epic. I've been following him, and yeah, it looks so good, doesn't it? Looks so good. Yeah, looking forward to that big time. Right. Crikey. It's warm in here. My CPU is currently sitting at 72 degrees. Crikey. Where are these guys? Is that Manchester down there? No, surely it can't be already. Oh, that would be Birmingham. Birmingham? Apologies for any Brummies in the chat. All right, Small Town Flyer, thank you very much for the subscription. Much appreciated, my friends. Welcome to the stream. Where can you buy Leeds Airport? Leeds is available from Orbx. Orbx Direct. Orbx Direct or... well, it was actually the first airport I ever got for the sim before I even knew about Orbx Direct. So I actually got it through the marketplace, but I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, Orbx Direct is the best place to get it. I'm really hoping either Orbx update it or some other developer does a someone does a well, someone does a better version, basically. Maybe Pyreek. That would be sweet. That would be sweet. I don't think they're going to do any more. I think after they've done East Midlands, I think they're going to be doing other airports outside the UK. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the roadmap said, but that would be so good if Pyreek did it. Orbx have a sale on now. They do. Yes, they do. Leeds Bradford's probably in the sale, to be fair. It was the first scenery Orbx did for Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's on sale. Let's have a look, shall we? Do. Wow, Orbx taking ages to load. Right, just coming overhead Honolulu. Birmingham below us. Can we see it? There we go. There it is. Birmingham. 737 MAX just taken off from there. Right. These Bradford. Oh god, it is so slow today. It is on sale. It is £10, 31 British pounds. But yeah, It does need an update, though. It does need an update. Big time. They've got some great details in there. But it's really irks me how poor the ground markings are. It's just missing a lot. And also the terminal doesn't have that. It has that Leeds Bradford International Airport, that writing, that's not there anymore. And a bunch of other stuff, landside as well, that's different, but I can live with that. So the ground markings are just very, very poor. There's no stop bars, there's no little... Because a lot of the gates, you just walk out over the apron, they're not... There's only a few jetways there. The jetways are wrong. The jetways have glass in the real airport, I believe. And then, yeah, there's just insufficient ground markings, really. Like I say, there's no stop bars, there's no sort of pedestrian crossings. And in general, the ground markings are just very, very dim. Like, they're just really blending with the ground textures a lot. But other than that, it is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. You've got the profile of the runway, really nice. The runway textures are great. It is worth buying. It just needs a bit more of a modernization in terms of the layout of things. Jason, take it easy. Good night. Good night. Thank you very much for dropping by. Do you need an installer for Orbx? Yeah. Yeah, if you get the... holy moly. Look at this guy. Or gal. Or they. Crikey. Oh, he's gone. But yes, if you download Orbx Direct, that's where you would install it through, Sean. Yeah, there is a lot of good airports on sale on Orbx at the moment. I've not bought any yet, but I'm trying to resist. Right, here comes our top of descent. Let's come down then. Flight level 120. Here we go. We'll go open descent. We'll start open descent. Let's see how this goes then, chat, shall we? Have such a hard time deciding what to buy. I bought Split, but I need to take more advantage of the sale. Yeah, Adam, it's always a tough one. It's always a tough one. I'll tell you what I do when I'm trying to decide what airports to buy. So I do most of my flying on VATSIM. So generally what I do is I'll base what airports I buy on based on what airports are popular on VATSIM. That's one of the main criteria I use. So, for example, Berlin, Heathrow, Brussels, I'd say Vienna's probably a good one. Prague, Copenhagen, Oslo, and then once you feel like you're at a place, I mean, I suppose it depends whether you use VATSIM. This guy's going all over. It's been a fighter jet. But yeah, if you don't fly on VATSIM, then I suppose it's quite a bit easier, to be honest. I would just, just choose airports that you like the look of, really. Airports that have nice approaches. Airports that are realistic routes that you want to fly, maybe. But one of the things that I first said when I first started building my scenery library is I want to get quite a lot of airports in the UK, because obviously that is where I'm from. And I enjoy starting a lot of my flights in the UK. Dublin as well, great one to get. Dublin, Edinburgh. So I primarily started getting UK sceneries, and then I started trying to link those up with other airports that have routings between them. But again, you don't need to limit yourself like that. It is a flight sim at the end of the day. You don't need to necessarily... Coming down a little bit quick here. Let's just slow this down a bit. Yeah, you don't need to limit yourself like that, though, to be fair. There's loads of great airports. And it is a flight sim, so you can do what you want. I mean, as we were discussing the other day, best developers to get. Joe Erland, Aerosoft. So, Brussels, Trondheim, what else did they do? What else did Joe Erland do? I can't remember now. Brussels and Trondheim. Cologne, Bonn. They're all absolutely top tier airports for the sim. That I would buy just because of the quality of them is just so good. Pyrig Devco. Absolutely amazing senior developer as well. Belfast, Edinburgh. Very good. Their Kiev scenery is quite good apparently. I've not got that myself. Lviv. I've got that one. That's very good. Flightbeam. So Auckland, Wellington, NZA Simulations, Christchurch. These are all some of the best sceneries that I'm mentioning, by the way. I think the chat would probably agree as well. Fly Tampa, Copenhagen, Corfu, Las Vegas. All incredible sceneries. Sydney. What else? Jetstream Designs Toulouse that we've just flown out of. That is very good scenery as well. That's through Flightbeam. Flightbeam. Washington Dulles, very good as well. Innie Builds, Heathrow. Innie Builds, Los Angeles, both incredible sceneries also. Right, let's keep going down here. I'm not paying attention. Which plane is better to fly on long flights, A320 or Boeing 738? I mean, they're both really sort of medium-haul airliners, aren't they, really? So, it depends how long you're talking. I've flown... we did cross the pond in the A320 previously, but it was... We had to take no passengers. Yeah, exactly, MPS. So everybody has their own preference and what's most important to them as well. That's another thing. But welcome, Highlight King. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Portland, yeah, that's also a very good one. I can't remember who does Portland either. I think that's AmSim and Beautiful Model of the World. MK Studios, some of them are good, yeah. Dublin is good. Dublin's very nice, in fact. Lisbon by MK Studios is nice. I wouldn't say MK Studios is quite to the level of the other ones that we've mentioned, but their scenery is generally a bit cheaper than the other ones as well, is what I'll say. Photochrome Max, welcome to the chat. Happy delivery day indeed. Indeed. Yeah, we're just about to get to flying the big F in the sky, guys. Looking forward to this. Just passing over Manchester Airport there. Love to see it. This part here, this is just where I was doing my photographing the other day, for those who were asking. Just down here. So I couldn't really see the runway, but hey ho. About a 5-hour flight. Yeah, I mean, either of those would be fine for a 5-hour flight. Either. They're both very similar aircraft, to be honest. Adam says, thinking of Gothenburg, if you're some Swedish. Yeah, Gothenburg is a good one. It's getting a good update fairly soon as well. Gothenburg's a good one. Malmo is very nice as well, although not that many operations go out of it. Malmo is very nice. Trying to think of any other Swedish sceneries that I've got. I don't think I do have any. Joe Erland for Aerosoft is working on a... Actually, no, they're not. Marcus Nyberg is working on a Stockholm Arlanda, which should be very, very good. Right, we're very, very high on profile here, chats. I am going to have to use some speed brake here. Well, we're not too high, but we definitely could do with being a bit higher, a bit lower down here. Right, let's go perf, activate approach phase. We're doing it very, very early here, chat, for the reasons that I mentioned earlier on. As soon as we get past these the VFE next markers for flaps 1, I'm going to drop flaps 1. There we go. Speed is checked. Flaps 1. Oh. Bit bit preemptive there with the flaps 2. And flaps 2. Doesn't matter too much if we're still descending while we join this track, but speed is the most important, really. Right, here we go. Right, we're back down at the F speed now. Let's bring the speed brakes in. I'm going to have to watch the speed here because it's still trending down when we should be adding some thrust here. Mr. Auto Thrustle. Mr. Auto Thrust. There we go. Speed's fine now. VS 1000, flight 120. Right, lovely. There we go. We were a little bit late there, but I did get distracted rambling on about scenery. Right, here we go. Let's see how this looks then. I'm going to monitor it on Volanta. See how well it goes. I think we're probably going to end up with quite rounded turns, but it's not the end of the world, I suppose. Oh! Speed, so let's lower that nose. We might have to manually fly this, chat, to be honest. Didn't like that at all. Right. AP2 back in. I think I'm going to go to flaps 3, chat, just to bring the nose down a bit, because we've got a very, very high angle of attack here. So speed is checked. Flaps set to 3. We'll pull the speed where it is. Do I have nameplates on? I do, yeah. Right, we are within icing range. Icing temperature range, so we might have to just look out for some clouds here. Oh, I finally got... We've got another load sheet. Interesting. There's the F. Might be worth just descending a little bit more, actually, chat. Just to kind of give us a little bit more margin there. On the VLS. Although it's not a huge deal. I suppose we're okay, really. Still got quite a good margin on before we hit the V Alpha prop speed, so I think we'll probably be okay. We'll just have to monitor it in these turns because I don't think it likes these turns very much. We'll have to see. Beautiful views, though. Absolutely lovely. You're hoping for the BS Baron released in the coming week. Interesting. What? Oh, the Black Square. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, their other ones look fantastic. I've not had a chance to try them yet, though, unfortunately. But yeah, they do look great. How do I have the nameplate on the other planes? It's not AI traffic, Klaus. It's multiplayer. That's why we've got the nameplates there. Oh, yeah. Just Disveki Design. Sorry, I pronounced that terribly. But yeah, they also do fantastic scenery as well. Completely forgot to mention them. Yeah, Ronald Reagan is very good. And to be honest, most of their sceneries are fantastic. New York looks very good as well, although I've not tried that myself. Aero Design did Portland. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one then. Ahmed, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. You also played Microsoft Flight Simulator. Very good. Very good. Well, glad to have you. Glad to have you. But Klaus, we're not using AI traffic here. Not using AI traffic. Yeah, nameplates don't work with AI traffic yet in the sim, no. Unless you're using the default AI traffic. Right, let's see how this turn goes here. Yeah, it's going to be a very smooth little corner there, unfortunately. Yeah, I think, to be honest, this little nubbin on the F, the crossbar, is a bit too small for a nice sharp turn, but we'll see how we get on. I think it's as best as we're going to get, I think. This is pretty cool, though, I do have to say. LLO5, where is that actually on the ND here? It signals to LLO7 already. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to disconnect here. I'm going to turn the flight directors off and put the bird on just so I can stay nice and level here. I'm just going to extend this current track that we're flying a little bit further. And now we'll turn in. Yeah, I might have mucked that one. I might have mucked that one up there. Oops. Should be okay though. It's not the end of the world, is it? It's gonna be a bit lumpy. Oh, I may have messed this up a little bit, chat. I'm losing altitude. Right, let's see if we can get this going on a little bit better now. Let's get the flight directors back in. AP2. Yeah, it's not turned out too great. Yeah, I should have done it. I should have done it bigger. It's Leeds normally this complicated. No. We're just writing a big F in the sky for fuzzair because it's the first ever flight that we're doing for fuzzair today. That's all it is. Do I use SimBrief? I do, yeah. Ahmed, yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like an F so far. Sort of. Sort of. I'll tell you what we'll do is, let's go LL13 real quick. Let's just go overfly LL13. I might have done that a bit too late there. It's already secret to 14, but let's see. Just to extend this little end bit of the F out a bit, but it's not really gonna do it. I did it too late there, I think. Anyways, whilst it's doing that, let's just very quickly no METAR nearby. Okay. So 1015, 7 degrees, 2608. So wind direction's changed a little bit more in our favour now, which is nice. Transition level 60. And then we'll put in the minimum, which is going to be 862. Config full. And if we need to go around, NADP 2, I believe, is fine. It is, yeah. Right, it's cool. Flybywire having a tough time with altitude and speed. Oh dear. Oh dear. At Volante, you can recognise the F. You can, yeah, just about, can't you? And we should probably really have the seatbelt signs on now, currently, really, shouldn't we? It sort of looks like an F on Volante. So far. Yeah, I definitely should have done it bigger, I think. It should have been bigger. I think what we can do though, whilst we've still got time, is we'll put LL19 and LL20 as flyovers. Hopefully. It might not be able to do that. It might not be able to make that just because it's such a tight area to turn in, but we'll see how it does. And then maybe LL22. I think we might be pushing the boat out a bit here though, but let's see how it does with that. Dio, take it easy, dude. Best of luck with your apprenticeship tomorrow. Take it easy, my dude. Do I have a stream schedule? I do, yes. Highlight King. Most of the time we stream, well, pretty much every Tuesday, and then it's every Sunday, and then Friday and Saturday we alternate, depending on what I've got on that week. Oh, this has not gone too well this turn. Roy over there, very good. It looks like a child's drawn it. Oh well. Roy's headed to the airport, very good. I'll see you on the ground for sure, for sure, for sure. Which reminds me, let's get the replay tool on the go. Drink up ASAP, yeah, oh, definitely. But yeah, Highlight King, I usually announce the schedule for the coming week on a Monday at some point on my Discord, on my YouTube, and on my Facebook. Well, there we go. That's pretty much the F done, chats. Going to Leeds Bradford runway 32. It's only 20 miles away. It kind of looks like an F. Roy's just flown past us, I think. There he is. Stay on behind us doing the F as well. He did it a bit lower down though. Not a bad shout. Very nice. All right, chat. We did it. We did it. Fantastic. Right, now question is, do we speed up for the approach or not? I think we probably do. We've got still a decent bit to go. Currently flying away from the airport. So let's bring speed up a little bit. And we'll go to flaps 2. Speed is checked. And we'll go to flaps 1. Speed is checked. We'll come back to manage speeds. It'll be a real fuzzy F, yeah. It will be. I'll show you guys once we've done this final turn what it looks like. And we're at the S speed. Let's go flaps up. Okie dokie. So from here, I think we go. We don't want to go to Pole Hill now. I don't think. I think we probably just want to go on vectors from this final fix. So we'll give ourselves a vector, something like 080, 070, something like that. I think 07. Yeah, probably 070, I think. Very good. Well, that turned out not too terrible then. Not too terrible. It looks worse on New Sky than it does on on Volanta, but I'll show you guys on Volanta in a minute. Right, let's go for a left turn then. 070. Heading. And we'll start our descent down to 3,000 feet. So thrust idle open descent, and we'll set the local altimeter, which I've already forgotten. 1015. Okie dokie. So approach checklist. Bar F is set 1015 on both sides. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimums are set to 862. Auto brake is medium and engine mode selector is in normal. Approach checklist complete. Get the landing lights on as well. Okie dokes. So 30 miles to go. Should be around 9,000 feet. We're right on profile. That's looking good. Okay. Cool. We're a little bit high actually. Sorry, a little bit low. That's fine with me. Okay. We've got a tailwind as well, which is also fine. I'll set up an extended center line as well. If I can just find a chats. Right. 138. Radial in. Insert. And we'll pull the heading. We've got our extended center line there. Love to see it. Very, very good. I think the current heading that we're on is probably going to give us a bit of a sharp intercept. So I may just swing us out a little bit further to the right. Ryan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Highlight King. See you later, dude. Thank you very much for dropping by. Ed says, how high is my LOD? It's on 100 at the moment. Although I'm thinking of upping it to 200 since I got this new CPU because it can handle it. Is it worth it? Yeah, I think it is worth it. Yeah, I suppose it depends on what GPU you've got as well and what resolution you're playing in. But it was a nice bump. It was a nice bump. Speed VS 1000. We're going to give ourselves a right turn here and then a left to intercept. Heading 100. Beautiful North Pennines. Looking very, very nice. Probably a bit too close there, to be honest with you. Stian, dude, thank you very much for the 50 Norwegian kroner. Thank you, thank you. Cheers to the launch of the airline. It will be fun to see its progression. Hopefully we can get some behind the scenes along the way. Yeah, definitely. I will try and remember to post any behind the scenes I can get. But yeah, thank you very much, Stian. And I'm very pleased that everyone is super happy with how the livery turned out and how everything turned out, really. I'm very pleased, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it progresses as well. And I hope you guys continue to fly with us on New Sky. Obviously, if you have any issues with New Sky, please do let me know. I am in regular contact with the developer, so if there's anything that we can improve upon on the service, then he's very open to feedback from what I'm aware. You can also join the New Sky Discord, and there's obviously information on there as well regarding New Sky, and obviously you can speak to other users on there and the developer himself. Right, VS 500. Lovely views over West Yorkshire. Roy's 8 miles out. Very good. We're going to just slot in just nicely behind you then, I think. Right, inbound course is 318. Let's turn in. It's still going to be quite steep, but let's give it a go. 020. Right, let's say we're cleared for the approach. Lock blue, glide slope blue, alt blue, cat 3 single. This is Leeds down here. I've not got my UK North UK landmarks on at the moment there, so we can't see any of the buildings really, but never mind. There's the airport out there. Highest airport in the UK by elevation. Leeds Bradford's claim to fame. Right, there we go. That's much better. .355, just within 40 degrees there. Very good. Perfect. Okie dokie. Let's get the runway turn-off lights on. And localizer is about to come in. There we go, look, start, alt. Let's go to flaps 1, speed is checked, flap set to 1. Right, music down for the landing. We'll record the replay. Still very warm in the aft cabin there, unfortunately. Right, look. Right, no messing around on this runway though, chats, because from our calculations earlier on, medium auto brake is only just enough for us to stop on this runway. So no floating allowed. Although we might have to flare a little bit earlier, given the uphill slope of the runway. Right, the glide slope alive, flaps 2. Speed is checked, flap set to 2. Flaps 2 set, gear down. Glide slope capture. Speed's coming back. 6.8 miles, 160 knots, 157 knots even. Looking good.
2,500.
2,500 checked. Speed is checked. Flap set to 3. Oh, I've got a DA40. Flying right underneath the glide slope here. Mad lads. 5 miles to go. Still quite quick though. Remember, we're still quite heavy here, so the app's going to be 139er. Let's go to flaps full. Speed is checked. Flap set to full. Arm the spoilers. We're configured a little bit early here, but remember, airport elevation here. 681 feet. And the terrain is a bit undulating as well, so radio altimeter is not necessarily above airfield elevation. Right, so let's do this thing, chat. So, landing checklist, go around altitude is set. EGNM landing, no blue. Landing checklist complete. Autopilot disconnected. I'm going to fly a little bit on the low side here, chat, because I don't trust the glide slope and the PAPIs anymore in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Got a little bit of a crosswind here as well, chat. 1,000 is checked. We are stabilized. Auto thrust disconnect. And we are looking a bit low, chat, but like I said, I'm flying a little bit low intentionally here.
100 above.
Oh, a bit much on the descent rate there.
Flight slope.
Disregards. Land.
Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope.
40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Spoilers, decel, reverse green. No messing about with that landing there, chat. Manual brakes. Reverse sode. And there we go, we made the exits. Love to see it. And there's a bit of a little lump in the taxiway here, which is rather strange. There we go. Right, lovely. Great stuff. Welcome to Leeds Bradford, guys. Delivery completed. Right, let's get the strobe lights off, landing lights off, taxi lights on, get the anti-ice off, and the AP master on as well. Get the flaps retracted, ground spoilers disarmed. Get the TCAS off and the predictive wind shear and weather radar. You can never... Might as well turn the transponder off as well. No need to have it on at such a small airport. Oh, beautiful. Look at all the fuzzairs. Love to see it. Love to see it. Stien incoming as well on the glide slope. Right, what stand can we have? Don't know what stand Darren's out there. I want 10 or 11. Oh, he's at 12. He's at 12, okay. I think we want 13 then, because I've customized that with GSX. Oh, we've got someone here in a Boeing 739er, but they're not showing up. They're just invisible. Oh no, he's at 13 actually. Okay. Right, we'll get the taxi lights off. After landing check, this radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing check is complete. Oh, I forgot about these guys for the landing. Oopsie daisies. Got a marshaller, not really doing much. Oh, there we go. See what I mean by the ground markers not having stop bars on them? And these road markers, they just blend into the ground. How far forward do they want me to go here? I'm sure I customized this stand. Oh, here we go. We're going to be hanging over the road here. Let's just see what happens. I don't know if my profile's mucked up. Come on. Okay, parking brake sets. Right, lovely job. APU is available. Get the APU bleed on. Engine shutdown. Beacon light off. Seatbelt signs off. Fuel pumps can come off as well. Oh, not bad at all, actually. Oops. Whoa, baby. Not bad at all with the parking, to be honest. Pretty good. Oh, there goes Stian. Oh, beautiful. Nose gear didn't come out, though, mate. Nose gear didn't come out. Right, parking checklist. Parking brake is set. Engines are off. Wing lights are off. Fuel pumps are off. Parking checklist complete. Oh, external power is available. Let's just get the chocks in place. Got the stairs coming up, courtesy of jet2.com. Fantastic. Right, well, while we wait for those to connect, this is what the F looked like, chat. Not too bad. Not the greatest, but not too bad. It's nearly there. I'll have a look at the landing report on New Sky in a moment. Alright, there we go. Lovely stuff. Let's get the deboarding underway. Deboarding. I bet the passengers are glad to get off this toasty-ass plane. 28 degrees in the back still. Crikey. Right. Interesting report on New Sky. Interesting report. Landing good, but the rest, let's have a look. Here we are. So, let's first have a look. The F doesn't look quite as good on there. New Sky there. But there we go. Here we go. Landing there right on the center line and well within the touchdown zone. Very good landing. 100 feet per minute, 1.09 G. So, pretty nice on the landing, I think. Very happy with that. But some other issues. Max landing weight exceeded. I did not realize we were that heavy. Although, that being said, I'm fairly certain the A320, I mean, it does have max landing weight, but it's not that applicable to this aircraft compared to, say, you know, like a big long hauler. So that's interesting. We lost $1,072 for that. Off centerline takeoff. God damn it. My rudder pedals. Terrible. Absolutely killed me there. Didn't lose money for that though, thankfully. Flight delayed by 27 minutes. Minus 2,187. 8.26 is the total score. And we've got a balance of 2,623 at the end of that. So, didn't make too much there, unfortunately. We lost about $3,000 profit there. Unfortunately. But I'm happy with the landing. Let's have a look on fuzzair now. We've got a score now, 8.22. Love to see it. Bend over. Got a 9.08. Crikey. Absolutely smashed out the water there. Stefan got a 10. Absolutely smashed it. 122 feet per minute, 1.21 G. Wow, nicely done there, my friends. Beautiful. 10 out of 10, though. Let's go. Let's go. What else have we got? Stefan's holding up our score here. Look at me, 8.26. Stephen Jackson. Stephen Jackson! 26,000! Is that the one that... Roy, that's not you, is it? You're Captain Blacknose, right? What happened here? Stephen. 26,000. Oh, is that... did someone say the sim crashed? Runway excursion on landing. Where did they land? Oh no. Oh no, that's cost us big money. Stephen, please. Stephen. Oh no. Runway excursion. Oh no. 1.88 G landing as well. That's a little bit heavy, but hey ho. It is what it is. That's why I like this though, because we get to see, you know, we get to have a good little, you know, a good little chuckle at, you know, how it all goes and how we ruin the airline's balance of money. Now, there's no way of seeing the actual balance the airline has at the moment, but there we go. That was great fun. Do enjoy that. Roy, you're not the record. For some reason, it hasn't logged that flight yet, so it might not show up. We'll see. We'll see. Great stuff. Lovely stuff, should I say. Beautiful. Deboarding in Leeds, Bradford. Lovely. Love to see it. Love to see it. It's a shame that Stian doesn't have the scenery, otherwise that would make a very nice screenshot right there. Oh, he's disappeared. Oh, yours is on New Sky Academy. Oh, I see, Roy. Got you. Mariner, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. I'm doing very well, thank you. I hope you are also. Do you have to do a flight like 1 month or anything? No, you don't. No, Mariner, no. There's no minimum limit. Sorry, there's no minimum required amount of flights for a fuzzair. What I will say, though, is that, you know, as an airline, in order to keep the airline profile on New Sky, we do have to be, you know, active. But there's no specific requirement for any one person, basically. So that's that, basically. For the airline, it basically says an airline without at least 2 active pilots in the last 30 days will automatically be closed. So it's not a very hard thing to achieve, because I'll probably be doing at least one, you know, at least a few flights a month, and then it only requires one other person to do it. So yeah, I think we should easily achieve that. We have to use real time on New Sky. No, you can use... I mean, New Sky is always based on real world time, just because of the way it works, but you don't have to use real time in the sim, Sean. So, like, for example, the current time for us in the sim is 1740, but it's actually 2041 in the real world. So, yeah. You don't have to use real world time in the sim, but New Sky will use the real world time to do its logging and stuff like that. It says pending. Mariner, let me accept you. And then we'll watch the replay of that landing. Shall we? Right. If I can find the right page. Oh, I've got Robson as well, the developer. Very good. Love to see it. And Mariner as well. Accepted. Beautiful. Oh, you can see the balance actually on the dashboard, but you guys can't see that, I don't think. Nevertheless, great fun. Absolutely enjoyed that. It's not a bad F either, is it, chat? Not a bad F, really. Not too bad. Lovely. Right. Let's watch the replay then, shall we? As the crew have... Well, they've not fully deboarded yet, but we're going to just reset GSX. And we'll crack on with the replay. Make the time a little bit earlier as well. Or something like that. Roy put a screenshot on Discord. Oh, beautiful. Lovely stuff, that, Roy. Lovely stuff. That is nice. With the sunset. Here's Roy's screenshot. Love to see it. Love to see it. Very good. Cool. Right, let's do that. Rocking and rolling. Let's load the replay. Got the name of the painter, but they did an incredible job. They did indeed, yeah. And thank you very much, Roy. It's Miggle, the creator of the livery. Or the painter, should I say. Every flight now make a letter of the alphabet. Yeah, letters of fuzzair each flight. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Right, so let's replay it up. Here we go, coming over the threshold. Nice. Nice. Bang on center line. A little bit of a squiggle, as ever with the rudder in this thing. Beautiful. Pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that. Let's see how high we were over the threshold. Because we were essentially 3 reds. Well, I'm intrigued to see how good they are. I'm going to check this at every airport now. $40 feet. So we're 10 feet low, but I'm fairly certain that's not 3 reds. That's super nice. The runway is downsloping as well. I don't know. I don't know how I managed to come up with the uphill. I must be getting so much stuff confused today. Anyway. Maybe the scenery's wrong. I don't know. I don't know, man. Do a bit of this. Bit of this. Nicely done. Happy with that. Back up over Leeds. Right then, chats. That is where I'm going to leave it for today. Thank you very much for dropping by, everyone. If you haven't joined the fuzzair virtual airline already, there's a link pinned in the chat. If you're watching this after the fact, the pinned link should still show for you. But thank you very much to everyone who has joined so far. Really appreciate the support. Super, super humbling to see everybody supporting the airline and for all of the fantastic feedback that we've had on the livery, etc. So thank you so much. Free flight, Mariner. There's no scheduled flights at the moment. But thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. Stay tuned to my Facebook and YouTube page. I'll make a post at some point tomorrow with the schedule in for the coming week. And yeah, so thank you very much for watching, everybody. Hope you have a fantastic Sunday evening. Bye for now. Yeah, Leeds runway is not the longest in the world. Not the longest in the world.